referring to, or these are new sets of people that you have no idea about?
What I can tell you for a fact is that those who constituted themselves as the Owu family, who were dealt with in this document during the acquisition, they were given nothing. What they were given was that Bese Manche sent him to go and look for a compensation for the crops of those who have made farms there and those who have little cottages and all that. And he went and bid for 4,000. But in the final...
4,000
pounds.
Pounds at the time?
At the time.
Okay.
In the final analysis, he was given 2,000 pounds, which I have it here. He was given 2,000 pounds, and he handed over only 100 pounds to the Bese Manche.
And it's captured in this document?
Oh, it's captured in the documents that I have here. I will leave this document.
Obviously, we'll spend time.
Yes, so that you spend time.
Right.
So what happened was that J. Jackson, there was a judgment on the acquisition.
So this is
yes, this
so
judgment.
It's a colonial judgment.
It's a colonial judgment,
okay, right.
Which I called from this document. Yes, right. I've numbered it number 3.
Yes.
Yes, I have 7 documents numbering here.
Okay.
So what happened was that they were outright dismissed, but they got that initial amount of the 1,900, the 2,000. That is for the crops and other things.
Right.
So later on, when the acquisition, after the judgment and everything
was
given, they were out. Then they came back again. That they outright, you know, when they acquired the Prince of Wales, the land for the Prince of Wales College, now Achimota School, and then the University of Gold Coast, now the University of Ghana. Right. They said they need fuel wood to power their kitchens, to prepare food for them. Right. So if you go to Achimota right now, where you have the forestry, their regional offices, right, you see that the trees are deliberately lined up. It was a deliberate... The Accra land is not a forest land. It is some... I can say some useless shrubs and this thing that. So a deliberate attempt was made to put up trees to serve the purpose.
So it was an intent to make that place a green belt.
A green belt,
right? But what's the acreage in question here? Do we know about?
About that? It's about 2,000 and over acreage.
And that's what your family is entitled to. The
Osu people. I'm talking on behalf of those people.
So this
now.
is not just a matter of
the Repa family
coming and saying...
right. I'm talking about the Osu stool, Osu people, because look at what I'm having. I'm having Osu names.
Okay.
The Osu family names. These are families.
Right. I see over 12 or...
Over 12. There are 14.
14 in all.
And I have everybody's plan, side plan that
So there's even a side plan in
there are side plan, 14 indicating each one, everyone, this thing. And then the government at that time also made a composite plan and showed everybody. There is a legend that shows everybody's portion that they are claiming.
So if you hear anywhere, and now I'm sure you've heard that news, that government is saying the land originally belongs to the Owo family, you're saying that family is non-existent? Or
yes, it's a scam. It's a scam.
The name is a scam?
Yes, it's a scam. Because Owo family does not exist in Osu. That's number one. And they are saying that the Owo family petitioned them. I'm telling you, there are thousands and thousands of petitions that the Accra people have made to the government. Not even Accra people, the whole of Ghana. Right. Almost every tribe and every area had made petitions to the government for land to be released. Why only the Owu family? And look at the quantum. So we are saying that, okay, fine. We cannot fight government. If government want to release land, and they are sure they are releasing the land, it is not to the Owu family. It should be to the people of Osu.
So that's the position of the stool on this?
That's the position. That's why I'm here today.
Have you been able to identify the lead, the person who's going ahead to act on behalf of this supposed Owo family and is dealing with government?
We have not. We only hear of one John Asiedu as the legal representative of the Owo family. I googled his name. He's not part of the legal fraternity in Ghana. So I don't know where he's coming from. Have you heard of any of the Owo families talking? This afternoon, I think I saw some communique by some people, including Neil and Van der Poel, saying that they are also part of the Owo family, and so if there is anything, they have to be included. It means they don't know. They have nothing there. And I'm telling you, this is what is being happening in Ghana today. They find some family name. You see, when you look at the claimants, there is one Owu. There's Owu family, the first one.
The very first.
The very first one. And these are all claimants. But the award of the...
So that's supposed to be George.
Yes.
William George Boy Owu, right?
Yes, William George Boy Owu.
Yeah, head of the Owu
family. Yes, right. At the time.
So there is indeed an Owu family.
There is it. Oh, so we are saying that they came. They came with their claim and everything, and they were dismissed because they committed fraud at the time. And if today there is an Owu family claiming the Achimota forest, then it is fraud. That's what we are saying.
And your assessment is based on the judgment?
Based upon the judgment. It's fraud.
Going forward, what are we to expect from the Osusto? Are you going to, do you intend to engage government?
We want to go to court. We want to go to court.
You'll be going to court?
We will be going to court, even though we have some reservations. We will be going to court, and then we will petition the government as well. We will petition the government that, fine, if they said they want to release their land, we are all for it.
So what's the preferred mode for the Osusto in terms of giving back the land? Is it the case that you want the land back, or perhaps you want government to redevelop this area so you have your share in it as the stool? What's the mode of
I am an Alodia owner.
So how many acres do you have?
I don't have anything now. As I sit here with you, I don't have any. Yes.
All the time they've been releasing.
Yes, I'm part of the family. But the issue is that we're waiting.
You mean the whole family?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm part of the family. In fact, the said land was acquired by Neo and my great-grandmother, Florence Nakwale Van der Poel.
Oh, okay.
After leaving Van der Poel, she married Neo. And so she was quite rich. She owned a lot of land, and she gave a lot of land out for public good. If you consider the psychiatric hospital, Adbaka Polyclinic, leading up, down, she built a house. The most popular one is the Ajasu House, 1924, on the Liberation Road, just before, you know, Van der Poel Estate building, the traffic light.
Yes.
You see the house. That's where actually I grew up. That's where I went to All Saints Anglican Primary, and there's one down there. And the legendary Achimobakwa House down there at Adbaka was actually a gift from her to her then driver, who was stood as the Buakwa Hene, Achimobakwa Hene that time. Yeah, so she was quite okay. Adbaka, all the lands after Lawyer Dumwa Bossman's place, Zagu House number 1, Zagu House number 2, the old bank for housing building down to Adbaka Post Office down, all at the Trum area. She was quite rich because she married a merchant in gunpowder. So she and the husband supplied the gunpowder for the war. So she was compensated with land. And New was rich. New was very, very rich. New took care of a lot of properties that the Ghanaians wanted to have at that time, paying money and getting it for them. They lived quite a very humble life. But you know, those days, my brother is Collins. Collins, I have this land here, go and take care of it for me. Over the years, it becomes Collins' property. Randy, I have this land here, go and take care for it. Over the years, it becomes Randy's family property. But they didn't care about that one. So I grew up to get knowledge from my grandfather on all this. So in the course of the time, I felt that we, the matrilineal side, the Vanderpoys, we've been dealt or we've not been treated fairly. So I contacted our cousins, the Owus. I said, look, this thing was acquired by our great-grandmother and your great-grandfather. But it looks like you are taking us out. So instead of litigating, we joined forces to petition. But we started from the days of Jerry Lawrence. Oh. But he was passionate. You know, his mother also married into the family. Nick Panenia, they are my father's cousins. So he was particular about it. And he said, look, I went to Achimota School. I will not allow any quarter of this land to be taken away. He even got mad with the extension of the golf course to eat into part of the forest. He was very passionate about the green. So President Kufuor's time, we petitioned. And the argument was sound. Over the years, we come to say that a pittance was paid for all this land. And Niowu and Nakwale had given so much already to the country. Generations after them, the second and third generations, have become almost like destitute. Don't have any place to stay. We have so many of our siblings who don't have anywhere to sleep. So we petitioned and said that if we could be given part of the land, then those generations will also have somewhere to sleep. Madame Estadapa was part of the committee. Because of my political background, in all these, I stayed back. But I was always part of the meeting. And let me pay condolence to my very good, active brother who passed some few years ago. You know, Trick. Yeah. He was at the forefront, together with the legendary artist, Francis O'Neill. We negotiated, and President Kufuor agreed. We were initially given 90 acres on the periphery. But we felt that was not enough. So we argued and argued. Unfortunately, President Kufuor couldn't finish on that and then left. So when President Mills made the declaration that the government will return to the Gadangwe people all lands that government over the years have taken without appropriate and commensurate compensation.
And not utilizing.
And not utilizing. And or maybe the use of it have become obsolete. Yeah. So it was given out. We went to Professor Mills and we made a sound argument. And so we had a consideration, an increment from President Kufuor's 90 acres to 123. So that was what was being worked on through the days of John Dramani Mahama until 2017. And we continued. In fact, that time, it was not John Jinapor. It was not Abu Jinapor. It was the former Minister for Lands that my siblings talked to. We were still arguing that the delay in the thing is making that the portion we are asking for inadequate over the years. So if they could conclude it at early, fine. But the more it delays, then we also ask for more. So we continued. Until today. I am particularly happy that my people will get what they duly deserve. But I'm worried about the things I'm seeing from now, like what has happened with Sir John. Because sitting here as a member of the family, I've not got anything yet. Because we're waiting for the disclassification so that you can have documentation. Because without a disqualification, you cannot go to Lands Commission and do anything. And we cannot even assess the place. So we're taking around, we're shown our portions. And so we should wait until the declassification has been done. So that's what we're waiting for. I was quite angered, let me say, yesterday when I saw the will and the fact that Sir John had willed his portions purported to have acquired I don't know how he acquired them, because to me, the declassification has not been completed. And I said there was no way anyone could go to that area and develop anything. We're all waiting for the declassification. So I was asking, but investigations have pointed out to the fact that the whole thing was not properly done. It was shoddy. And I'm happy this statement has come from the minister, because truly, Randy, for the little investigation I did between yesterday and today, in fact, some people must suffer the consequences. It is, as you said, unsavory, it's abominable, it's unthinkable that the deputy to Sir John, one Alote,
He's now the...
is not the chief executive,
Yes.
who signed?
He co-signed what?
Who signed the document giving out that portion to Sir John?
Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you serious?
I'm telling you what I've picked up today. He signed. Yes, he signed. And if Sir John did not have that portion, there was no way he was going to put in his will. How could he have put that in his will when he didn't even have it? He didn't have a document. No one has given him any document to read. So I had asked myself, how can Sir John, who is the head of Forestry Commission, and we're supposed to do this thing together with the Forestry Commission. For example, the creation of the Eco Park was supposed to be the preserve of Forestry Commission. We ourselves were given caution, and that to me was the wisest thing we did. Instead of the thing being given to the family just like that, a consultancy was created that will prevent haphazard development in the area. And then every development in the area should have eco-friendly parameters. That, for example, if you cannot get up and do block, or you should have eco-friendly structures. The development must have that eco-friendly...
To reflect the sense of the area.
Yes.
Nsase ho nsam de odi akira unwie da o ni obo na sase kura so woti baby dwen ho ena asase we ya media asase we me ena yedigya me Pay me Mamuina Chimakwaba, yes, biom need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi Suni, and Yanopa Jumedi, Yakegumana Yawata. I made it also Bionusia. Eh, can't cry anymore. Then Rama Payina Nado Wakasayo. Nice, on my penyeja, and I'm sure my penyeja. Then ya. Ya tu abama wo be yes 2016 asede wo betra akonya isu 2017 amanfo na din se hu sa wo mutu nsuo efi di gugata mu ya titi gata mu no matutu agum ana ma hwa mo sa ena efi no mampanyi adwa amampanyi sasi a wa wasi dan bia si ba bia sese sie no what the 2 minutes ama MMDC for no, that is Metropolitan Municipal Districts Chief Executive for no say wo mubu ni nyina enti monso amampanyi ambeka na tese munni mo adwuma no ba monye wo hu se womo nsusu womo kase womo ya na mo amote suru ho no omampani no no omo akase womo si omunyai wo yesi ometu atia e kunse se be lusu vote But sisi amampani baby a wedu no wo ya to first ya to second one. Unsan ko biom. Enti sisi ade fa na si from nana. Monetary team now so uti wa Jubilee House no. Omo be report to you directly no. Yes, omo nye adwuma. We man yet is a talk shop de bia te say nia 2019 papa yidi uko gina akole nano a odo honum sin ya wakasa bebre ye be conference and recreational o my we no chese nsem hu no adoso ye di nsem hu sa we say nsuo yitutu a e fa yin a ebu e say ye japade ana ayate say ne ye kasa o ensuo ni jai to penu ani obi abedi ensuo ni sase se fa ebi o mani asan ya sase e be kasa sa mumma mra no nya adwuma e wo man mu hanum se mra no mumma nya adwuma na mra ma hyehyɛ no dɔso dodo da bia mo te parliament ayɛ mra Basa mra no be adwuma o man mu hanum se dabi okwabrani pa nim se bebi adan yo wodi si na ade adan yetimi betwere ho stop work demolition se minim so mo an o mo se da koto paint kokoyi o mo nim se isa ankofo o mo twotwo dan ho paint no enti se amanfo na animo no ma twa demolition stop work enso o ha ade esi demolition me ka se ayi ma se bi hanum se ayi sa baby a washing base as makasa asem wo mo ye filling station amanfo o mo kasa bi so mo ye mo demonstration and a filling station say sure eni mia bebre ubon so mo hyase so mo si bibi na amanfo kasa no mo se odabi ensu behu a ye be ka no mo sie sure Uko kan obi beka tell say Holland nsuo su na omote na Holland no mote nsuo su no won say nsuo no afom Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi Sino Asegwe.
And district chief assemblies have been charged to ensure the obstructions to the free flow of water, as well as developments along waterways, are removed immediately. MMDAs are also to ensure the strict adherence of developers to the planning laws of our country and sanction staff who have issued permits for structures to be built on waterways to serve as a deterrent to others who seek to engage in such acts. To ensure these directives are strictly complied with, I have established a monitoring unit at Jubilee House that will be reporting directly to me on the progress of the implementation of these measures. I'm thus putting all MMDCs on notice. You will be held accountable for any breaches that result in damage from flooding. As President of the Republic, I will not allow the selfish acts of a few to jeopardize the collective futures of the rest of us. While government does its part, we cannot overlook the negative effects of dumping of refuse into open drains by some unpatriotic citizens. Regardless of the investment that is made in the construction of well-engineered drains, the indiscriminate disposal of solid waste into open drains and channels will reduce our capacity to end the perennial problem of flooding.
Amampenyi na nado danko ekufo ado enra tema no den same way to dwa but and some amampenyi kan die ebi wo ha emu ahwrem kakra o na MMDC for Martin Yomapenya ka kyerɛ mo no wɔse moni ade subo no bɛbɔ mo sɛ ensuo no yiri fi ama ɛfa amanfo no a yɛde subo bɛbɔ mo ɛne baako ɔmampanyi sɛ yɛayɛ yɛn drainage papa okay yeah asɛm my
2017, since 2017, has spent some 450 million cedis on the flood control program, which has resulted in reduced incidents of flooding, particularly in the major flood-prone areas in Accra, such as the Odo Drainage Channel. Phase 5 of the Accra Sanitary Sewer and Stormwater Alleviation Project, which is intended to ensure that Odo Channel is free of silt and debris, has been commissioned. Indeed, the construction of 19 kilometers of drains has been completed, while some 1,000 kilometers of drains have been excavated, rechanneled, and maintained across the country as part of efforts to reduce the perennial flooding of Accra. However, it is obvious from recent events that more needs to be done to deal with the situation permanently. Government will continue to work towards the day when Ghanaians, especially those in Accra, will live in calm and tranquility through the rainy season.
Amampanyi na ado danko Akufo-Addo nkuntabuo ni bi no so kwabra utia ya disika fi aye amampanyi betena kunya so 2017 450 million Ghana cedis near dia share say ye boy ho ban oman ye tutu niam esi na flood nsuo no ntimi mfa 450 million Ghana cedis but still nsuo no yiri a nsuo no to a yiri fa yeah
overpesi ayi no a wo bobo so gotes no a wo bobo so no na me tene ho kakra hemfa na sa gotes no ebi wo because wo sha gotes dodo no a oka say ye no a overkwesi na kakra on to about 1,000 something no say gotes ya Accra na say the whole Ghana because surprisingly kakra tire say sika no kura wo kan ho asem ni nye sika keto 450 million Ghana cedis and nsuo to kakra ya overkwesi nsuo to ye sa wo de kwa magnitude no a aya wo mo kan a na me hye station baako na tese nuru ba bia akura o enya nsuo bi asase nkafa ye o na ne nsuo no kase to kase pa de ye begina he enti 450 million Ghana cedis no eno ani ade ye hu ye overkwesi we de aye kakra
well sir Auditor General report on kwanya fast so eba no said your drainage system ni sa niam say no I think the last week ready you come
yeah
na metwa ba na yahwe niam ni bi ewom no because a fan even drainage grab say drainage system na say construct I think it's almost about 12% per and so for MMC etimi aye
excellent
for the last 6 years no
excellent
and in the account 450 million Ghana cedis
yes
ye de akwa akohwem ye drainage system ni ye ka ho se ne be ya ye nya flat saying but still
yeah
ensuo no to a yiri fire utio mampinya asem na wo kana na chese akwaya so okay emia bi wo hono ma titiu enka ne nsuo no to a na nke high adwin pa no sisi ano saa sika ya idi hyemu ama saa mia no enyiri saa na tie etisen eya no kure se 450 million Ghana cedis yedi hyemu ama baby ho no man ka bi a first pension no to a eyiri enyiri sai na tie pa saa nkomo no nyina esi etimi hwe
Obakwesi wan say me ne nyina nim bia hodo a nsuo to a eyirifa ya efiri tetentre de besin ne e wonom an nsuo to da bia eho yiri nsuo to ye that same places no a na ho asan yiri Obakwesi na de ba ko a na sa ya me wanwa ne say eye sa tumi no a na wa assemblefo ni nsam no a omutumi demolish adan no ese eye ono no stop wo mu ana ena afa no osan de sa tumi no ama wo mu back ana eno nso ya de bia na ha me pa because minim say assemblies no wo tumi say wo bi si dan wo nsuo be bia nsuo fa wo mu wo tumi say wo mu ekọ stop but Obakwesi wa be ya na kakre ni ya jai sa de no ma obia si dan si be bia wo pe obia de strategy be bia wo pe obia ye de wo pe bia obia nka se entre no enti minim say aya omu na katre wo mu assemblies ni say omu nyai sa de na wo mu ye no ana fe na osamu wo mu kwan say wo mu nkwaye sa adwuma no eno na because assemblies no Obakwesi madwuma no na nse kura de ye nimpoti se ensuo nie na nkofo ofele esi dan nkofo ofele no wo mu stores assemblies na nitua enti efe ne ye de tumi sa bema assemblies ni so wo mu nkwaya sa de no enti na tasa mampani na stop wo mu ana what must Obakwesi
dia hin na okano dia hin
assemblies ni de no se fe na wo si wo mu nkwaya na say wo mu asadi wo mu ya dada enti wo stop wo mu na fe na wo si wo mu nsan kwoto aso ana
well say eno de untimi nka na sa say to de bia wadwuma bia asese wo ye wadwuma unim say ejuma ehyon say asese wo ye ni ba de dwuma no enya de a wo ye no te say ne ese ana wadwuma no kra waje mu ato no a wonye enti omampanyi ebetumi aba say yes wonu so say ejuma we ma said ye enya de amo ye enti munye adwuma no se muwura fi ana se mada mo munnim se mo adwuma ni masade ni se bia mo na se mo ye se adwuma we ya ene me kai mo baja se ebetumi aba se sanso na no sotie
well ebia en won se etoda bi nso a politicians no anso as what the nsa benkumu ema no asande ni mfa na asande we
o se no de kwabna ya tititi sansensem bia se ebia ubon se openi ebia obia tumi ni wonu sem se so yes a adwuma we se amanfo bibia nan ni si no wo masisi dan unauthorized places bi ene ne ka ho na why se bi okwa kodwiri edan negu na obetia na aban abem openi bi abem se da bi munyai Sasam no I mean, so him say you take Ghana.
Greater Accra Regional Minister. Sir, one say a Juma or started send our warrior. See a John is 1 year, and Cassadia young Abia young who, and I see a Behu Crampa and Cabaya Cacre.
Juma Bang,
Oh, say no demolish and near ma unauthorized structures here. A sissy baby and ya papa. The Nipa no pam woman free quan. One more, say, Obakwesi sa wo mu atonton niama e wo kwan ho ne ade no enwura ne Robert ya wo mu ye nyina babi pie gugu otem enti sa na montuo no anu otuo no se wo koso aye ne sa yanka kasakasa bia ma ho a enka mitidi se ensu etoye se enka beyiri mpo a enka bia ye hu ne te se de ye hu ni but o start ya wo ye aduma no ebi nti se na hwa na asoma da uba ye sa na ha no mte ebinim nsusuro so mbelu su vote ebinim suro so mbeye sei enti uba wo se duma pa se so wo ye no na bibia be wurawura mu a na duma no atofom ni ato na jeje mu ba ku ya no owo Ganof we Simon ono nso start ye wo sese de ofanko barrier oyi status oyi ni pefri woni ade once the same thing when asoma no na wo na wo ba ya small boy na tan kakra wo be hu na edisuro bi abesani mu.
But every time you come about the attitude yesuban kwan fa so ye niam ewo manum hanum saying any sa ye flats ya kra so no ya so yesuban ka ho bi yenti o manpanyin na ado dan kwaku fado.
We want that. but the attitudinal change that would enable us to be able to make to bring value to these demands, that is always left out up till today. Whilst as the Ojo River is being dredged, there are still people at home who, when the rains come, think that the easiest way to deal with dirt in their houses is to throw it out into the gutters. Those things have to come to a stop. We all have to speak to each other in Ghana to bring those things to a stop. Because if we don't, no matter the investment that we made, at the end of the day, we'll be back to square one. And I'm not prepared to spend your money in that way again.
Ghana, Muntie, Naman Sanyason, at the Roko Fiaman Homenesu Ejiji Tonton Sansain, I would need 100.9 FM.
So, Kabra Uti, Oman and other Danko Kufado, Asema or Catcher say, Yams Yosubani Kamubi. Because Yati or Dor Rivenum, Yati got him. Yamubi on why Yasubani said, well, Yati Mukrano, na sign the gum. Obiti Timunana, yes, ye, and Yamafi Honum Sino. No, no, so apia the gum. Yamubi ha, Yenim say, baby, I aquato assassino, what to assassino, or hot and sure for Honum saying. And so, yet and we are back of failure, a young soon near Sidino on him say. And Tians, yes, you buy no so come home.
Of a question, come a video be about me, so when you create a swa. On say, and so toy. Na say, Odo River, no, I bam say 51 day, con say, and so near. Becca's a baller, Robertson Kwa, plastic waste, and a dear may pave obi a wonu betumi because na esekuleti pa na obi na gina wonu waka se ei enti nwura nko a yatu agu gotasimu a ade yi tibanie ofakwesi Robert pa na echi kono anya asam ketua na sa de na gide obi kura wa ofakwesi anya nwura kakao na janan bia no sensuo ni nya demu penu akobie na nam gota no mu baba na ni nsuo ni nyina na mu na ekọ yesuban ba ova kwesi ese yati obi sa ye ma punishment bi koma no na eserve se deterrent ya emma afoforo nso nkoye bi but yati ni pakro no a eno anu wasiegum because many to ya pa se yati ni pa bi a o hie bola edugu gotem minim sana sam no kure kwesi sayo ayasa beya punishment bi adawa ebe bonkofo hu ema saade no mbegyaye obi ati gotem kama ye de o man sika aboka ya ade no wakohie bola de agum no wakosi nsuo no kwan nsuo tantumi mfa ho no wasi fence wall no wasi store no de kiosk akosi wo yansisa yesuban kakra
Okay, so odi no to honum sia Bara, Nansinya report by a PA. I think that near Miwa Hakra na me source no ye. Said the Finder newspaper publish here. Na that time the story no say flat kill 510 in 6 years. Na NADMO National Disaster Management Organization NADMO for ya. Eyen hwemu bi na no omde sa asem de tudwa. Na sa hwemu kro no ye see Auditor General's report 2015 to 2019, the Hydrological Services Department, HSD, Jumuni Adia Wamuye, Niamani Bia Wamuye. Just say, what kinds are a report now? Then you ask yourself, say, yes, Yanso, Yakahubi. Yakahubi. Yes. Because in that Auditor General's report, no. Okay, kanya say project as I say yeah. 20 projects. IDC ni so say say yeah. Emududu saying eni yetimi aye. Na again, okay, Auditor General's report na. Baby one more can defect projects. Project ayaya say yanye ni ye. Project ayaye, and this I'm referring to again drainage. Who project too?
Got us.
Niama yɛde sie ni so sɛ yɛbɛyɛ na ama nsuo no ntumi ɛnyiri mfae but nea mefi sɛ ho hia titiri paa no hɔ na metwe ɛyɛ etifoɔ ɛne wadwen aba so defect in 15 projects auditor general no this asɛm de to dwa sɛ ohun 15 projects representing 55% of the 27 sampled projects inspected that had not been corrected. Say onukura de woyi projects by 27. Out of the 27, they move 15 who said yanye ni yie. Wamu ye wamu hwehwe mu no. Enti which means that a lot of these projects sometimes yanye ni yie.
Yes.
Na insuo to ye nyina ye hu. Bridges ni bi ho no ma say aye bridges insuo to vrum ebu agum. And there are a lot of these projects in Krahaya.
Yeah. Oh, overquesi just recently, Yania kind of paper mu ha say, and your bridge be it's a thing to Burkina North for it to me dear Burkina. Sub bridge ya
Baba saying Krahaya. Gonungwa say for honum saying Quai BM say they chon so mofa. Sa bridge be a down saying shoto ye bridge no a buegum.
Eno na baako mempod baako ya ebu yeye no nso ekwan ni si ya omu anu omu di nnuane de bank na koka asueja omu nso ade bi firi he konso koka asutifi ya anu obi antumi nkwai overkwesi ya sada ne ya ma contractors kaso wonye o ena nsuo to ye no ebu awohoro bridge ni nyina de koye ya said ye tua obi ka ena eyenkofo nso asade se omu be supervise sa nneoma nyina na wakosha wa certify wetua ne ka ensuo toya na pepa ne nyina de ko.
From 2015 to 2019 I'm say abani DC ni so be construct 110 kilometers of drains 110 kilometers of drains na abani so be construct no auditor general reporting from 2015 to 2019 no who say emu be 12.2 kilometers per and itimi construct that represent 11%. Enti dodo no tese yentimi anye. Meanwhile no the 450 million Ghana cedis ye ahye ye drainage ni sanitation no mu. But still
over question to me van say 100% ya yetumi ye mu 11%. At adia 100 yetumi ye mu 11. Na bisa say sika no a ekoye no edia be pa na over kwesi ye de ye because ye de adia si eni so say ye tesike edia ye adia we 100%. Na say sika no koye but etumi ye 11% ya enka ye na fa he away aye den over kwesi e ha gene ye nyina ya nsesa ye suban abemu mpanimfo ankrankre individuals obia nananum ayemfo asamre membe semra semedaf over kwesi ya nsesa ye suban dia ye bebre pa ye bebre.
Municipal and district chief assemblies have been charged to ensure the obstructions to the free flow of water, as well as developments along waterways, are removed immediately. MMDAs are also to ensure the strict adherence of developers to the planning laws of our country and sanction staff who have issued permits for structures to be built on waterways to serve as a deterrent to others who seek to engage in such acts. To ensure these directives are strictly complied with, I have established a monitoring unit at Jubilee House that will be reporting directly to me on the progress of the implementation of these measures. I'm thus putting all MMDCs on notice. You will be held accountable for any breaches that result in damage from flooding. As President of the Republic, I will not allow the selfish acts of a few to jeopardize the collective futures of the rest of us. While government does its part, we cannot overlook the negative effects of dumping of refuse into open drains by some unpatriotic citizens. Regardless of the investment that is made in the construction of well-engineered drains, the indiscriminate disposal of solid waste into open drains and channels will reduce our capacity to end the perennial problem of flooding.
Well, so Tia Mampany and Semnoa. Bakwa mi ye film watch say what monitoring unit at Jubilee House I'll be reported directly to him as a Mampany. Ne febino nka minya be busa say well nka hu hia de. Nka ne febi mo ba be hwe MMDC no say you planning laws. Ghana your kwan say ne o man na yekekere no na ebia ense say wudi we si hanum say wudi we pia hanum say but amount for left right center ni ama obi permit obi okra oni permit ni na say bebi ense say si kura bebi ense say ya de dan si ni edi si bebi ense say ya say adwuma we honum say ni ya nti monitoring unit a wo mo enti o mampanyi o mbekọ round wo no ma hwe say assemblies no because o mampanyi say MMDCs no waka chom say CC a wo na 2 minutes wo mo emra no e wo mo ensem eso mo ma eye adwuma anye adwuma na se ensuo no yiri fire akabia bebe bia no omno betua ye de sa kan be so
ofade na si mampani kwan so obe fire sankofo dia na si no kwan se
sisia ne o medi no mu ninko sisia ne aka ne ba be bo ho ba
ana me ka se dia na si mampani kwan se ai MCE DCE woti wanu mu a wadwuma no wasade asase ye dia ma o se ya wontumi nya no dia na si no kwan so obe fire sa ni pakro no tisa wo san kwate another monitoring team na monitoring team na san ko supervise asa MC ya yetua ne ka ye omu krampo omu nya ho tokura chamra se bejafo ya ma wo car free ya ma wo dan free wo to petrol free ya sama waketua wo san wani petua nwasi a wo mu ya adwuma edeboa wo na ni nyina wo te wo na problem koso wo no mu a tisa ya san kwate another committee na saa monitoring for na saa be supervisor e wadwuma a wo ye ofakwesi ade aka no na tese sika na ne atugua saa monitoring team
ya se be edu no ni enyan sense you no fine we no sense odinsi no for
pam no abai krat panikura watena wa wanya adwuma pam no fire no ye na si ukwan wo tumi mampani tumi ya wagana anyina ya de amount ena na ukase ye na ya dai ukase ma ye pie ye enti this it wonu wanya adwuma enti wontumi mpam no se minister no wate wonu wanya adwuma mampani pam no na pani pa foforo bra ensu a yirifa ye ya wosa abakwasi sisi asa monitoring team ya akwakotie ye asasi enya cars ma wo mu
no correct
ya wo mu de ba ya monitor
ya beto petrol gum
ya be ma mo aduane ya aduma no nso ya be sa tua wo mu ka ya be mu wo mu aduane ya be mu wo mu allowance sika na ne ya tugu keke
so mu ba be boa yen na flat yi
na aduma na wo be ye no
MDC ni nya aduma no omunye
fire no afa kwasi pam no MC wate wo aduma ada no me kan say Greater Accra Regional Minister and o ma me hu say sankra ha ba kra tipelifo bebrete wo mu nya hwe over kwesi aya dan na tisa wotena ho na ayi Greater Accra Regional Minister aba be ka kire wo mu a wa ha no say ade we mu mfiri kwan ho munya sei munya sei wa bra MC fu amotiwa eye matuma mokura na mu wo local assemblies no ye na si Clement Wilkinson kwan say enipa eton ade e wo kwan ho
ba ayi minim se wa hu se ya si ayi minu ekra no yes kwabram hwehwe mu no Dennis Ejejumo oyemranim ni eno akra se graphic publish o ye on pepe no metric graphic na ba se assemblies ni bebre honum si a emra no kra so mu ye adwuma na em se bi nsu ni honum ni ne ka ho saa komo no ebia anope yese no so ye pe Dennis Ejejumo na no so beboa ani ni o mapani kan ni kwabna nia working say ye ba beti monitoring unity efa bi me no ya introduce yes so we efini esa ba beboka say ye ti unit ye de adwuma say ye sanete emra wo honum say MMDCs we metropolitan chief executive we municipal chief executive emra no ho nom say and I say oh yeah na wunim say planning laws no wunim Ghana planning laws na watena no ayehwe han na say ene amanfo sisi adan ne structures basa na nsuo no fire if ni akwakoti monitoring unit.
Municipal and district chief assemblies have been charged to ensure the obstructions to the free flow of water as well as developments along waterways are removed immediately. MMDAs are also to ensure the strict adherence of developers to the planning laws of our country and sanction staff who have issued permits for structures to be built on waterways to serve as a deterrent to others who seek to engage in such acts. To ensure these directives are strictly complied with, I have established a monitoring unit at Jubilee House that will be reporting directly to me on the progress of the implementation of these measures. I'm thus putting all MMDCs on notice. You will be held accountable for any breaches that result in damage from flooding. As President of the Republic, I will not allow the selfish acts of a few to jeopardize the collective futures of the rest of us. While government does its part, we cannot overlook the negative effects of dumping of refuse into open drains by some unpatriotic citizens. Regardless of the investment that is made in the construction of well-engineered drains, the indiscriminate disposal of solid waste into open drains and channels will reduce our capacity to end the perennial problem of flooding.
MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE. All the sampa Kasia Kowaka Tawansa Amaya Sa Kasia Waye Onye Yimu Nukratrodo Kamadine Bo Nita Fe Mayentie Kasia ABOAGYE 100.9
Kwesi Bonkwe
ensem ekọ twikọ bata esum se dontwe no dumaja esum Ghana MONTIE adwumadie so eye neat Ghana MONTIE na mansanya so adawro kofia man homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Well, young quite now the one crata and pay Kwabna boy in himself. What's he saying?
Abusia for the Bokrata, your friend is a telegraphic Yanimuha. What the a cuckoo funny about to and say. Ya didn't quite yan Wagana and Emre. Aya dread masters ya. Womuna, Womo Baba ya at Enquadiama Yentimampeni. Equakati tepua. Or commission dredging equipment ya. Na a war asama a one crown say. Na sad median waseno. Nanaya was Safumafo, or a senior advisor to the president with Naobi, and Dr. Joseph Siawe Japan, executive chairman, Edema Joscom Groups of Companies, or no so Edna Hanmuseya, one said to Mediano. Francis Asansubuache, Minister for Works and Housing with Naha, KWASI, one also Edna Hanumubi, Minister of Transport, one also Naha. Ensure unify. Nanso awurade adom Penny tena se obod dread masters yaba so pa wo ma ye adwuma pa se adwuma wo mu ye enya no na ye atenkwade ye ne a enkasa abre ye nsagu yeti wo mu ne ebo wo no mu pa emu wodo river wo mu timiti mu nkakran na nya adwuma ketua enten pa nanso dread masters ya Dr. Joseph Siawe Japan ya wata Joscom Groups of Companies ya no womun krabata ni bitumi ya ene na buaye na mampani trese asasa stela ye tititi gotesim na awurade adom ya wa dredge masters wa anu mu a wo mu bɛyɛ saa adwuma no de ama yɛn enti wo mu betu anamo akɔ aprobo bia woduo bia sɛsi etiti timu bia no dredge masters adawroma wo mu bɛyɛ de ama yɛn afei wa darati MMDC no sɛ wo mu asi ayi adan edi si nsuo kwan wo mu asi strategies edi si nsuo kwan ɛsɛsɛ saa nkɔfoɔ ni nyinaa wo mu bubu busa dan ni nyinaa de firi hɔ ɛma strategies esi nsuo kwan nyinaa wo mu yi de firi hɔ sɛ deɛ bɛyɛ ɛnkɔma wo mu adwuma no anya tin bebre amfa ma wɔn
so sa ɛyɛ just monfidi a makra bɛ
yeah of
na on ba bɛ dredging ɛno na ɔman panyin kɔ kasa wase
yes
ɛna ɔde sa ɛyɛ
nsɛm si ano nyama asi ketewa o ya ma asi no ɛso paa na ebia ne boa kura anafo mu weyɛ ɔtramode machine a wo mu di ti gotem wo mu di ti nsuom wo mu di ti river ɛyɛ machine so paa no na company apa ho antuma wa hanim ya ni nyinaa yɛ just one groups of companies nti Dr. Joseph Sewe Japan ni mpanimfo gyina ha wo mu apa ho ntuma fɛfɛɛfɛ
ɛnkɔ
ayo na dia mede ato aso bia wɔ democrat ɛyɛ nim ha ɛyɛ emrasebedafo ɛne ya katere wonum sɛ ɛba no asset declaration a ɛsɛso wɔ mu na set good example ɛdema nipa no ɔba bɛfa emrasebeda adwuma no ayɛ ɔba bɛyɛ soafoɔ ɔbɛyɛ chief executive officer na n'agyapade a wɔwɔ yɛ sɛn wɔde kra ne kama aborɔfo yi saa na wɔn mu yɛ yesu yɛ ne yɛ bibifoɔ deɛ yɛmpɛ ne yɛ koraa wɔba wɔni hwee wɔbɛba ɛbɛyɛ mfie nan po wɔbɛkɔ n'agyapadeɛ bebree wɔntumi kura nkan nti ɛsɛ so wɔn di kra wɔn mu asɛte a ɛbɛyɛ nsɛsoɔ de ama sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ adaate a nkwa ama bie no sɛ nipa ne fira bɛn mu a wɔbɛtumi abu akontapade atrɛ wɔ man no electoral commission ɛna ɛkata political parties no a wɔn ayɛ redundant a yɛba abɛto aba wɔn anu tokrodo ɛnso wɔn ni office baako koraa ɛna wɔkata wɔnum sɛ wɔnni office a wɔntumi wɔ pretima ne nyɛ yie yɛbɛtoto ne nyinaa mu afei eduru abatoɔ nso a yɛmma kwan na wɔmma mbɛwura mu mɛtete nkɔfoɔ esan sɛ saa adeɛ na wɔn yɛ no deɛ ɛnyɛ adeɛ a ɛnika na ɔfakwasi yɛso kɔ voter rating a wɔn sɛ vegetables bebree efiri wɔba ɛna cereals bebree nso efiri wɔba na nsuo no atɔ asɛe wɔ mu nnɔbaeɛ no bebree nsuo no apepa wɔbi paa wosɛ ne vegetables ne dodoɔ acres of land nsuo no akɔnwono ne nyinaa ɛde kɔ ɛna wɔn nso adua cereals no nsuo no ahono ne nyinaa de kɔ nti wokɔ voter rating a ɛnyɛ asɛm ketewa ma wɔn mu koraa ɛsan sɛ nneɛma a wɔn dua ayɛ ne nyinaa ɔfakwasi nsuo no ahono ne nyinaa kɔ ebi te sɛ tomatoes onions vegetables cabbage ne adeɛ nsuo no asoa ne nyinaa ɛde kɔ wɔn cereals wɔn dua ayɛ nso the same thing nsuo no asoa ne nyinaa de kɔ a ɛsɛ wokɔ voter rating hɔ nom a ayɛ awerɛhosɛm paa de ama wɔn mu na the insight the democrat ɛyɛ nim wɔde professor Martin Foni abɛtoa wɔno na kane mu bɛka yi a na wɔbisa sɛ nyansafoɔ mu wɔ he nyansafoɔ mu wɔ he wɔkyerɛ sɛ wakasa wabrɛ nti sisi a wɔmpɛ kasa wɔyɛ text message ɛna wɔkasa through text message nti wɔpɛ so wɔka biribi kyerɛ aban mu nipa anaso wɔpɛ so wɔka biribi kyerɛ biribi kɔ so wɔ man mu na sɛ nya ɛno anso wɔasɛnde text message ba sɛ obi a wakasa firi tete a de bɛsi ndɛ na wɔbɛkɔ so akasa dabi biribi kɔ so na nya wɔno wɔka but wɔsɛnde text message na wɔde kɔ WhatsApp groups wɔde bi kɔ platforms ahodoɔ so sɛ nneɛma ɛkɔ so ɛnyɛ na wɔsɛnde WhatsApp enti wɔ communicate through text message enti paa sɛ deɛ na first wɔ kasa no wabrɛ wɔntumi nkasa sɛ bi enti text message no a ɛna wɔde bɛ communicate na gamante ɛna wɔtɛ sɛ atimota forest a wɔn mu ɛtɔn no wɔn mu nyae na nya de papa koraa afei wɔ katra aban sɛ ejapa di no ɔno boni taki adamalate ya wɔtɔ so mmienu wɔn hu ne sɛ opa adeɛ bɔn paa ɛyɛ japadi nti wasra ban sɛ na dawuruma ebetumi a wɔntie Japan no ensan esan sɛ nya ade a ɛbɛboa wɔ man no kwan biara so na saa deɛ no a wɔn ɛyɛ a yɛde wɔ man yɛ Japadeɛ ɛde kɔ akɔkyɛ nipa bi kwa ne deɛ wɔkyɛ sɛ daabi ɛnya ade a ɛyi wɔn ani kantie Japan no wɔn nsan mfiri mmarahyɛ bɛgye fie wɔ na wasan ɛde asɛm no a na ɛwɔ telegraphic anim no ɛde aba Ghanaian Times anim ha titire bebree ɛwɔ ha His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo wɔgyina hanom sɛ yɛ a wɔkura pasoɔ Dr. Joseph Siawa Japan wɔn no wɔyɛ panin pa wɔda Tospan groups of companies ano ononyamfo Francis Asenso Buakye titire bebree aborɔfo bebree kura ne nananom ayemfo bebree gyina hanom sɛ ne nyinaa ne sɛ yɛagye nkwa a yɛnsa aka no ultra-modern dredges of dredge masters ɛne wɔn akɔ akɔpa ho ntoma yi na sɛnti a wɔyɛ agye nkwa ne sɛ saa machines wei ɛne yɛbɛtumi ayi so ɛde atetete gutters mu ɔtɔ river yɛbɛtumi de atim baabi bia toki nyinaa no saa machines yi ɛne yɛbɛtumi ayi so na yɛde atetete mu ɛno na mampanin kɔpa ho ntoma a ɔbɔ zoom lion panin pa aba so Dr. Joseph Siawa Japan sɛ wɔayɛ adeɛ pa yee agyenkwa bi amanya wɔyɛ nwanwani sɛ mansia no anka yɛwu saa agyenkwa wei deɛ si yɛnsia no a anka yɛwu yɛda no ase paa wɔayɛ adeɛ na atuma no wɔsrɛ ne so wɔnyɛ ne kama ɛmfama Ghanafoɔ sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a nsuo tɔ a ɛnyini mfa yɛn afei mampanin asa ka kyerɛ aban krakye mpanimfoɔ no sɛ wɔn adawuruma atuma a yɛde aso wɔn nsa no wɔn nya no pɛpɛɛpɛ na bibi a si nsuo kwan bia no wɔn nyi mfiri hɔ Dr. Dennis Lai ɛda ha ɛbɛtɔ odwa sɛ nkɔfoɔ keka sɛ yadeɛ bi a yɛfrɛ ne sɛ monkey pox aba Ghana ha ɛno na wɔka kyerɛ Ghanafoɔ sɛ daabi monkey pox bi mpie Ghana ha madawuruma enti saa asɛm no mote a mommɔngu sɛ bi pie ha pɛ wɔn bɛbɔ mo amanneɛ ma mo ate sɛ monkey pox waba but for now deɛ yadeɛ bi ate saa mpie wɔ Ghana ha Agric Minister Dr. Free Akoto ɛna wɔka kyerɛ Ghana titiriw mo a mobɛtumi ayɛ fertilizer ne sɛ mommia mo ani monyere mo ho nkakra aban tamati na dabia yɛbɛkra fertilizer ɛde afiri aburokyira bansa na akuafoɔ anya bi de agu ɔno bae so deɛ ɛha adwene paa enti Ghana companies no a mobɛtumi ayɛ fertilizer ebia mene kwasi ABOAGYE yɛbɛtumi aka yɛn ho abom ne ayɛ fertilizer yɛn start aban bɛ support yɛn ɛtɛn sɛ dabia yɛbɛkra fertilizer ɛde afiri aburokyira ban nti Ghanafoɔ mo a moawie school a mosi mu ni adwuma yɛ mo nyinaa mo nka mo timpam ho kyerɛkyerɛ sɛ mobɛtumi ayɛ biribi a ɛbɛtumi aboa ne anya fertilizer aban bɛboa mo afei kane PPA boss ɛne nakonta yɛde wɔn kɔɔ court ɛberɛ a wɔn kɔɔ court no court ma wɔn mu bail sika a wɔde to wɔtiri so ɛyɛ 5 million Ghana cedis bail a wɔtena sɛ so wɔn mu dwane pɛ saa sika na yɛbɛgye ɛde afiri mpanimfoɔ a wɔn di agyinamu no nkyɛn Agric Minister ɛna wɔka kyerɛ Ghana local companies ni bi sɛ wɔn nyere wɔn ho ɛ na wɔn mfa fertilizer ni bi mmra wohyɛ sika a yɛde kra fertilizer fi aburokyire ba millions of dollars a yɛbɛtumi yɛsave no wɔ ha na nsɛ yɛ a Russia ne Ukraine to kwaba yɛ yɛntumi nkra fertilizer ma nti wɔsrɛ companies ahodoɔ monyere mo ho ɛ na monya fertilizer no bi ɛmfa ma yɛkuafoɔ na wɔmfa nnɔbaeɛ no bi mmra na telegard demokrata no anim ha ɛtɛma wontumi banadantibɔ asia ko ne yɛtaade frɛ no wɔda hanom sɛ ni kyɛn da bom
me ending nkɔmmɔ kakra na me nsambra so yɛne Greater Accra Regional Minister ending nkɔmmɔ na bɛm sɛ wonim sɛ fiti na wɔtwetwe mu nsuo yi aha yɛ wɔn kran saa yɛmu sa no so far ebia wotumi akɔ aprobo bi ɔkɔɔ yɛ sɛ na teɛ ɔnabɔ yɛda ase mu akɔ ababa ni TFM so anopɛ
yeah
na bɔkɔ deɛ
onye mpa bo ɛsɛ na nyɛ bɔkɔ ɛsan sɛ nsuo yi ɛde ɛkɔ ɔno ade akyi ne deɛ na yɛbɛda okɛda ɔkankɔpɔ ase
So far, aproba wako places miamia nsuo no aha adwen wo honom sei pa no ahifa pa na bia wetimi akoenda extent of damage no sana net you hu no oni team no.
So me I say kind media na social media so and why I share why I say why am anoni the sounds so yes that mabo I was my pabo di the be ya to be anything out there yeah challenge that in so that me and say and then they fact the 50 also if I'm right Pro for touch testing on for Western housing you so what it's also it's all bantam one also the team hydro for back here 4 rounds me and them over there last year so and started cast so when she are dying I see so Yami think of he said that to my say MC to be to me maybe you don't know you challenge back why
Na mpacho sa asem na wo kanom ebi se sa adwuma na ya de papa ye ma kwan ma wo ye ya ba empenyifo bi ene ka kire o se jai no kre
matter that the 7 play because ball as a coach you say shooter you shoot and I know the president of the Republic of Ghana, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Nana Addo has spoken to Obiati. Saying the man has to be the president the next one try. Now, I have not been told by the office of the president to stop. I don't think there's a study. Which we are concerned in phobia they won't make here now acquire me the 29 assembly. You can never do this alone because it has to be an all-inclusive agenda. It's make tax free. And I mean, who's there? The tax force of only a manama is everyone check. Why we can and the one in nowhere. And yes, again, go for you to Japan and get a home. So as I speak to you, training for just a 900, and they have been given a serious military discipline. Now, they are in a situation, they are in a baby. Yeah, documented. And we are almost we will push the anchor. Now you see to this well, they will descend, they'll be deployed, and they will ensure strict enforcement of the bylaws. We're not going to say if we are but you go and you start go back and forth. We are no one back. We are more or less a solution that will go a long way. So that is the reason. But and yet perennial can say me no, I can say that authority.
Okay. Because that time in the report will be a bias, General Secretary of the MPP, say, Oma party no year unpopular, a man for Kasani, and Nuntina Ma Ujai, and Untina Mibusasan.
The opportunity. That's the in the 11th of March 2021. If I remember very well. Now, someone okay, last year, and no problem. Also, to be a recorded interview. For your casa, baby, a bit, and no not to problem. The General Secretary was making a general state, indeed, as a General Secretary party, for balancing. But I remember, sir, conversation on air. And he made his position clear, and I also made my position clear. Ever since that, there has been no occasion party secondly. Maybe I will pay the ever hard. So, in some year, as the end of the day, the Zaneti and Mecca, Minya, maybe I do and see a strategy that it will be born of fine. And yes, I know. And that's why for yesterday, it's the opportunity to crash and my you know, we are making sure say the behind that over here than both you are of local company. Last week, indicated say I said please no, almost about 150 of them. One normal parents for Akodoma. So the other way we are trying to develop all these things that they are. Who be not also more. Now you don't even have to like to start up and can persuade to me a prosecuting the panel. But I can say that by the grace of God, all these things are just ready to go. Now, I mean, I say, when the accident was a for any one and what was said, one would see young, I would do voluntarily. It's time said. But for you, I am not bush. But for you, I am a baby man. Baby, no. What I think I bring a do said you. And they make a fire. Because all that so now, I push to double one. Not a started to do a bush and not sign it together. Because for no any ball I make someone with you, I'm not shit. Now, I can't to see a demo. It's tough one, but yes, maybe to be a pump show. More for time, we are not trying to extract the sympathy point of the narrative. What could they be in Swato? Anybody, and we can meanwhile, they can water. In the council. Number two, so the media should help us by educating the people. Say, man, how the internet is dancing so. Now then, I will feel ball at a good so. It's time says, ball and Miss Miffy, Odifia. In a papa of one baby, a one bit of data. So the best time back, not by the union. So then you have a balanced reportage rather than a cornerstone. Yeah, no, say, man. It has been motivated. Because now, Koyan say, okay, what that is a taboo sign, be now and promote. Yeah, oh, yeah, I get there. Who friends are. Mr. You know what that's it, man. But where you have the media also prosecuting the agenda, said no, let's be so patient in the country. You know, good support from the media. They are so wonderful. After the year, you back at it is your responsibility to ensure that your media environment, including the middle of the street, is kept clean. And we are going to embark on that seriously.
So, and run 70 be my penny to Ghana for you know, any MMDC teach you near or they show monsa. Now, what your margin about to say Ghana, your umra. In fact, MMDC is including the planning laws of your mine. And T, one more fine juma. Na Subuano Crown, what the mom said, CC Akradi or team monitoring unit. One more be two so sa, I won't have a Jumano Moyano. Now, why wouldn't him now be breachy, sir, a planning laws he teach you? Na be our assembly no be hwe na wa ma obi permit to be see a dime baby and say so see ana near my say o make sure say assembly no enkofa flats in bana flats ba to born here the born in your kaka ho sa say me okay say na topa
I was it. I'm the judiciary, the constitution. Except media as a politician, my president Kasha is law for me. So my president is law. Law is law. I will work on it. And I Africa way away. That is 7 years. Assembly the CBI politician. Step you take look at me. Engineer for chef, no about Jubiska. One man is 7 years. It's so no talk. I don't know. I don't know. So I'm seeing in a year. So it's now about time. Yes, of course, that's a dynasty baby. Who are we a plan? Who are we engineering? About the same and a down way about her. Ubekaya, you got some bush, and you serve local government. They have 4 months ago, or you should statement this as I say the permit, yeah, you better know assembly. After me, Emra Yang, regional minister, may empower the man so that the office will even have up-to-date records of all permits that have been issued and so on and so forth. And I think that gradually we're getting to that point. Now, to say the Americans, about the start, from why politicians are interfering in the work of the technocrats. Because to just the channel, maybe only me. Political circles, as president has spoken for me, is law. I'm going to work with it. Assembly is ready. For me, we're assembly, baby. That's a nice baby. That's a near papa. I want to go and say, maybe a free one. We will hand you over to the police, prosecute you. Because put on us go for one. Because I wouldn't why.
Okay. Now, in Pacho, minim say honorable say and not daily graphic about Abontino say be a unye bishima, minim say be a mere source and why busy, but me chua drinko page 18 of the daily graphic about NRA. Or say 154 MMDAs operating without valid bylaws. We a jumubia say yenyam renim bako then is a J Jumo. Well yeah, Sam Jimno about the day this MMDAs easy a bio honumwa. Bylaws kurano embrana bia Ghana hanum se yegitum soki we odimra we di yedwuma ma da legal effect da legal back no womuni esamra no na ye ba greater Accra region hanum se wo yesuafo a hweso yi se wo muhwehwe mu no de di se o Fatema West o Kankwe North Kole Klote aya also West aya also North aya also East aya also Central Adan East Ablekuma North Ablekuma Central Ablekuma West Lejekuku Krowo Ningo Pram Shai Usudoku Sa aye bylaws yi a betimi ama legal backing ene se ebia locality bina so bia kwa akosi bibi construction of a building bina se ense se si ho any other bylaws MMDAs yi nyina ni na no yen gazette yen publish it, so that legal effect that legal backing no any honum say sadie te hadwin meboa
over I'm I made reference to it.
Okay.
And I say you rather than Butchi at the Tuja. In fact, I'll Tuja and Sana Sabinipa okay at the here. And we are working with because Kwamia Koyet Yamanishina the Pokot. And I said, who need prosecutor need to be done. And they are charged with their court. Now, my judge is going to obey because we're and Ochanya me adopa. My friend, all the 29 any what more that could crash, but you waiting come up. Now, mama for back. Every assembly is supposed to bring a detailed inventory of a dying also with pictures and all that. And from where and we'll sign up the bylaws and start demolishing.
Okay, I mean, I'd go to America say Hadjin said, and net o man penny send you can o man penny akasa. Ababa yemra, Mudibe Juma. Na who share some of the I mean assemblies yamedi 2J. Na se bylaws si gazette publish here. Okay, say charge who could be down gusi sia na a quarter. Dear pa na odebe ye charge now dia odine court in the account. And no be having so how soon officer Sadia when you bet me a ye jumana, Musumu jumana mo quaco no, anchor for how be amba, say be assembly of Biaquaco boo be dying, strategy and say CBBC, ye if you heard him say no so aquacoye in Sembibri.
And the unfortunately here, the auditor for I exposed to assemblies one more bylaws is not up to date. And to give them their margin of the and weapons. Young Tro Emma Attorney General, a judicial system, replicating the process, ensuring that there's a full beauty and normal violations of our Kenya has a court of competent jurisdiction. Now it will be there and pocket the demands to get a year near my mentor. I'm a crew. Much as here again. That's fine. So, come on.
Okay. Utie Meteorological Agency for now. Ensure no. And Tom Ye. In fact, I'm predicting crash June dear. Yeah, expect be 3 torrential rains. Just ensure I know a dimpa. Dear na obakachi futu be na odema yentime before isabri media kwan.
Yeah, I control for the Pamucho. Mompaking, sensitization, education, and awareness program. Once I moved the question, and and come name on you what I could say for with the year. I'm an mammy out on Telewilly. Yes, mammy out from watching or watching one OT of us. The next from some wine, I am man de room and cook room say, Bola, how you do because I'm a pot. And then I said, would you not go down? That's Baku 15. And then I got it. I practice got and check. Go back a year. Thanks and show for them. I say, oh, I mean, and then I'm not time a child over here. So, mean, somebody at the mayor. Would you go to another country and allow people to build kiosks, containers, or butter? Now, for you, I know about that. And I say, yes, I'm for human rights. I don't America. Let's make sure that we get things right. America, let's it's in full flight. It's
Okay, honorable. Anope, you be jano akoto with you, so nyami shapa edasi. Right. Honorable Henry Corti, Greater Accra Regional Minister, Anope need 100.9 Ghana Montie, Jimmy so and Wasugwe, Yenuno Edi, and Komoi. So, Omanpenyi Akasa, I didn't see no. Omanpenyi Akasa, and I say, almost somebody baby, Jumapa, Timpacho. Why would tear me Anope Akabes, my bay and so, none on what Chabwe. Ghana Montie, Anope Jimmy Dear, Sukosia, Jimmy Jummy. Me sense Subio Mama, Nakwabama for Boami. Me see Subio Mama, Omanpenyi Akasao. Omanpenyi say and demolition strategies bia on water course. Say udan esi eye ensuo kwan so a. Kai say e ba be bu. E be bu. Ade no say e betimi bu so dia. We break it. That's it.
And district chief assemblies have been charged to ensure the obstructions to the free flow of water, as well as developments along waterways, are removed immediately. MMDAs are also to ensure the strict adherence of developers to the planning laws of our country and sanction staff who have issued permits for structures to be built on waterways to serve as a deterrent to others who seek to engage in such acts. To ensure these directives are strictly complied with, I have established a monitoring unit at Jubilee House that will be reporting directly to me on the progress of the implementation of these measures. And thus putting all MMDCs on notice. You will be held accountable for any breaches that result in damage from flooding. As President of the Republic, I will not allow the selfish acts of a few to jeopardize the collective futures of the rest of us.
Omanpenyi na ade danko ekufado metwa ne so ama na omanpenyi kan bibia ne nya adwen honom sia na me obibia meka ho ba ma me fa nu sia se me ba me sensi su biom na ye nimrenim ni eye Dennis ejejumo se me ka kire mo se bra na me ni honorable Henry Cote din common say no daily graphic mo publication no page 18 or say 154 MMDAs operating without valid bylaws research na sa research ura Dennis ejejumo ye mrenim ni and one more yes research or your lead researcher one more research then is that mo akwa baba ni TFM so anope so if you we dia na betimi aka fa homa me ni metiefo etimi enye mu nchirechire mu ni ye pa time ben na mo ye nsa hwehwemu yi na dia nti na pusu mu kra mo ma mo ye se mba ye sa hwehwemu yi
Embra, because we are always for idea spend time a database together. The Gary cases are a court, judgments are court to give. In the course of it, realize that anytime you request for bylaws from a set of people, district MMBs, they are not willing to bring it up. So it caused us to find out that and go for him. So only be an some them nation. And who say about bylaws are a friend local laws. Embra a for Embra effective come for a bad thing a bit as human beings. I am civil. Ubi yan kuko on the field. Ankas beba and guha. The best dan waha. Ubi no monsa. Ubi ye. And you make like a way or community munano. A bylaws and a govern. So be the tiger abani field. So be the camera abani field. So be a year or sequine. A local bylaws the govern. Ubi ye the garden. A local bylaws the govern. So be couple. Any local bylaws the govern. Because and Brandon and him say, yen to mean parliament in Semra, community to community, young ranket and Ketia at Bebo and Hombai. And signing to the local government at Amma Assembly. There are to me some one bylaws are affecting the community. And today they say a beautiful table, video game center, will be Tom Bidier, will be cinema. And you go community be a dance. You go Kumasi, any bylaws a beg govern a mom couple. I'll be a foot a benya bylaws a govern a mom couple. Because yet and Biana and Mrakesiano, a bit me are taking care of specific situations that are affecting people. Who could be a herbalist for the bylaws that affect you. And to the bylaws are very important for every assembly. Can we say local decentralization? That's actually grown in such a way that it could be a dance, your municipality, your metropolitan, your district. And a bylaw as local assembly now say you did local language, a bedroom commo assembly. And about local assembly politics are what do you mean for Brofum Reuno? Now, say mono out of the 261. At first, the district assembly back the last one at 10 and last year and the account, but they come on actually 155. More than about 59% of your MMDs and your bylaws. And the Abanabason of Bedzina, I got you before 2 months.
Empacho, that is Mimbusa Bibi Crow. Yakase on your bylaws are. Is it because a beer? One gazette, Moko, Assembly Press, Ghana Publishing, where we say a team on crata so. And Nunti, and now what my but one gazette, Senator. Okay.
Embrane say, Embran local government, Embrane, they are local governance who Kruman say. Answer a bylaw, Ebe Embrano. Either say, first of all, what publishing or assembly hall. And what's Ab Gazette and our publisher a newspaper of national publication and some are taking effect. And it's a way now one Gazette and Yamra. The way now publishing newspaper of national circulation man and Yamra. And Embrane de Gazette. And the ABA and you must see me like a chia. But the you want to mean that you must be no. I want to mean Gazette Emra. And you call that baby a gazette, and remember, say a gazette, a notice to the whole world. Because remember that the ignorance of the law is no excuse. Although, say a person right now won't say, once you gazette, the gazette means that notice to everybody in Ghana, including your district. And of course, you get things in the battle of Sembrano. It's a new phone you did to move. You're very scaffold. And some amount for the simple, and yet, a young for the system will show. What do you know? In Tokyo, I do much to do one. And a sabbath. And here for yes, California did you. When it comes to a question, and one say, answer it by law, Bayambram. This was Gazette.
Okay.
Ghana publishers.
Okay. So me share Nyomampini Akin. Say yes, CCano. Say Udansi water course. Waterway. Maybe I say you far. na wakwa ko si dan wo honom saying yenko bungu yen demolish no we pull down your structure nti ekoba ne sa na se sakwa ko ye mremu asem wo hu na se sa particular assembly no se woni bylaws e bia agasa ti dia na se ne ho ba be kire no.
Of course, because you can say answer na be sit down wo be piano unya building permit. Into building permit na ipa ne be sit down. So only building permit emremu no you can say go sit down wo be bi and that's what tumbra e also sign saying. But I'm telling you so kwesi ba ko shem nipa no wasi su we you know what timi ama ya change zoning policy na wo hono nti ye waye no e mbrem waye nti abayi kuna abayi betia compensation e bit say filling station
but yo
but I'm just saying
but who committee illegality I don't know about benefit from that illegality
because oftentimes or illegality now later on he corrects it. I'm saying to you, say, filling stations in Ukuma. There be about okay. After the filling station, you put be a filling station. This in line with the land use and special policy of the area. And I'm saying to you on authority that filling station, for no filling station, residential area, they are able to get the assembly to change the land use of the area. So once I have my requisite building permit. Zoning policy has allowed me to build. One to me in Casa because a filling station in the Honintino and two Bebuno. So, some of can first of all, and what's a land use in the area zoning policy? Yeah, it's a current zoning policy. People now say there is assembly number who finds some fencing you. If assembly number who finds building permit, one to me around compensation.
And your man penyasima kind of crown, no team say, or how be which be or and ya easy, sir.
Of course, yeah. Because you see, because I have now, because local assembly, you fire new call, you know, the MPP and this, yeah, they was through. And you may sue us here, Obi and fan a new call, and the answer not do any better. The ticket has come up with the boss, and there were 3 boats in that other. Because if you are saying where as soon as you are not maintained, then now as soon as you are maintained, home perimeter, I am an approval to build a cinema. The state you are violating the person's right to property. And there's all and the more reason why I so be sit down on a sass so me and from it and Kobuni any because that land is not for me. And what's the assembly, no? And they take it. You go man about 50 times. The blocks are check assets. And we are quite assembly inspectors on your say. Because other also my quotas, you know, effing crime for any amami honing in. And the assembly baby, I am firing call. And because come on, the more reason why president suddenly talking about this flooding is because everyone crying. And so on can spoke Kumasi, I can't watch them because the boys are in any break and the say because I cry because Don and the other one cry. And the I'm fun crying hard. Then crying your car say pay. They say pay. Fly Medina for say cab bonipa. Here who they say pay. I both for 4 months. I am I overhead of mine. Yes, crying and faso. But that same way. Because maybe I'm saying, I'm whining here. Oh, my own, but they never the needed attention that it deserves. And that's one reason why I see a Nipa bylaw, because of course I'm class here now. This you know, what's the president who come home? They are mad and send a so arm and then Nimbra swap, or the Brabby City photo, as to see a man for Kumo. A man who quite know and publish it by law, on one and Nimbrano. There's a penny almost that era. The lawyer no be there some about court. So I say judge say never be who that who you free photo. O say brand you passing and pay I. E be the best you class here. It's a mess any bylaw because bylaw is the law that governs the orderliness in society. Who come maybe say food to say answer na on bylaw it says answer na be to me I ain't crama will feel only lines. Because they are considered say some will be sabi and young crama will feel like a camel.
A future assembly.
Yes. The bylaw specifies that you need before you can get it, you need that permission from you need a license to have a dog in your house.
We need back.
Farmer. Yes. But it governs everything. And it's not strange because in certain areas you are people are once estates you won't sit there you better building permit, you better drawings. There's some timelines. You won't sit there and fool me that was our area. You come and amount for airport in terms of the runway in your area. That one will sit down. If the bylaws were working and the assembly was up to be, it is not meant for national because answer now is assassin you beat me at all. You chroma and a pack a bubble also. Assembly at now I'm a pack the stores. You chroma a sorry for I almost say someone sorry no. Almost as if you be stores. That's the premise limiting the store. But the chroma because the assembly is not implementing the bylaws and that's on party bylaws. The thing I can't answer because we fix it here store one that and my traffic back on. They're not paying attention to them after midnight. But a real woman, the fact that I see all the other things to be the open and also beside the open house. Wouldn't mean sit and you know, then we see and set the whole area without permission from the assembly. But we are not implementing the bylaw.
To be a your pair.
Of course. And I can also say, the money I want to say, MPBI is part of the local assembly. MPBI, by operation of law, the composition of the assembly, the member of parliament is a part of it. By the composition of the bylaw, government has executive government has representatives on it. And to more by them or MPs and more, we need bylaws and the government. How do you expect the community to operate? It was very ministers all list. Yeah. There are some DC, friend, you put on a said, on your bylaws. In Pempi, all of us discuss them and a hard drink. What's all to be a the yellow bee?
Na bylaw no ni ya din wo hu
because I did be a kumabia ni heading but politicians so ya obenya da ajai
ye hia sika dudu bebre na bia dia bylaws nana
and they are part of no one process the consultancy near and sika bro so assembly need to me ya how me because assembly press and some print some be more because can use assembly pressers need money to print some of these bylaws. In fact, the old Local Government Act, it was a requirement of the publishing of assembly press. But the new one insisted, said they can either print it because they raised the issue of the cost of printing at Ghana publishers. They says any wording and I bind the same okay or news of national circulation. But I can tell you, so here at the top, that's it one. Based on the total number of bylaws, new wording, things said, but I call a publication or gazette. And the advantage of publishing the gazette, they need to meet the enemy. Remember the local government bulletin number.
Okay, but so na me bisa ni ye din no te uhia hwan ni edi ebi o matranse aye sa emra wo ya ye localities yi assemblies yi mu betimi aboa ye enu nti na obehu se 154 of your MMDAC one more operative with that bylaws.
I get the point that you are making. But I'm saying, say, the adding, the embrane say, was a way. And ya adding because you need the assembly to, but when you are from the boy, I'm why. Into a lawyer for home between a boy, my. But most importantly, you can say adding. If you met to other so many other, but you can say, embrane no point to me operate assembly. And you may be a brown year bylaws. I bet wow, if it's in Tokyo for assembly and run a government. Yeah, did you sell Kumo? Maybe a market tools, then a Kumo for Betia and run a government. Who say market tools a bill should begin to me for save Sano and Kozo. And I am from Kojara because the economic dynamics is different. So I get the point that you're making, say, Edding, and you're the Edding. The DC ni mana nipa ho ni etiana se onya aburu so abusumi mienu process obetini agotu ayama na in fact if you gwa ya wie But almost Omunika, assembly, because some of the politicians say that the make bylaws, no, my money of my mom for a better number with the money. And you want 20,000 bylaws there, and 20,000 by your bow. But Emremun, you can say a day, sir. Then Ghana, Nimbra, an assembly that way.
The far greater Accra, who said, them say 14 of the MMDAs no more, 29 assemblies. Emu do 9 or more gazetted bylaws. Interestingly, me who said, me assembly, me Denton assembly. One more bylaws in Timako Pebiato, no man feel now.
You be shocked about you, about herbalists, about Women Alliance, artisans, Women Alliance. You be shocked about the requirement of the law. Say, answer a baby, our assembly, Women Alliance of the assembly. We are three, what a shop basic baby, Women Alliance, contain the basic baby, Women Alliance and permission from the assembly. If the Okokobiana contain a child, it means the assembly is not doing this work.
And interestingly, so 15. They say Mududo on okay, we're 15. 15 any gazetted bylaws. Na Samia Mia we insure ya yirify Dodo na was assembly simui. Or Honsu no man penny said Yanko boost strategy simui. Not as I know the problem so babeba.
Of course, because so every crana on Benyam Brown Bekia prosecute on ABS use criminal law, which the law allows them to prosecute on. But that embra it is to collect for Kwan. Anke Bema Nayan Tem. And else be defined in terminal. Tambrano, or Munye be mom. And can also be no collect for baby. That's the heart of the town.
Yeah.
Because do one affairs the whole 9 a.m. and you say upon a.m. and upon one towns. In fact, people lobby for these municipalities. Among folk lobby a bank, say, but say, Hanon Quano. I'm a fan penning for time. I will catch a bank say, Yenta Hanas municipality, any baby whom poor. Among folk lobby, and me confirm was MC in the DC. About lobbying, because you won't have it. Yen headings in lobbying. Then go met me. But about local, you know, be a general parliament. MPP NDC, and MPP NDC. Yet, on one else of the year, Juman, down what trasa. Thereby, regional minister actually in the Nakata. But MP, no clear one, the regional minister, on one says over show one, but sending some from one Cassati, a MC, a DC, and to a list, MC now, or collect on. Friend looks and said, why I found. Because a bad problem be an afraid company for that you could be Bonina and Cassan, a general. President Sumba, no from the Quaco. Well, so from building permit. What I say? Yeah. Nipana or form one. We're changing the land use and cafes are in the air reserve. We're changing the land user. Then I bet me I own. That's the same issue. The national level where she changing at Timota. They're changing from forest reserve. They're becoming from forest. Hey, wounded. But I'm telling you that down there, so many places have been changed in terms of a buffer zone at the assembly level. It's a bufuna amount from because it is a catch motor. Amount for you a buffer zone say oh chroma do assembly for I change use no form.
And be cry be at the community where I see you Hanum dear. You better ball higher the bay ye Hanum saying collaborative grow, but sans and singing as a son and the atom mamma for.
I sorry for Mona Pest, your bobo or more packs or my tomato stores. But you phone like I'm from friend, come on here, so baby, I need a bobo. They say, honey, at home. Assembly means here, assembly they approve here. Baby, I'm sorry for I'm putting some mom, some fancy, sorry. And fancy squad, they say, oh, but then you need money in a higher store. But she winning. Your mama for who saw him on an elbow. They say, baby, a park and an elbow, and that's who hope you, man. And you build a crack. They say, baby, I'm on for the agro. Baby, I'm on for the agro. And the people are dying of BP. And you think we can solve this problem with just sitting at the top? But see, go back to the form one. There be a winning, you know. He found an album. They say, Hono, the Antoine, and I see a phone. This is a baby. They say, answer now, my baby, grow, because it is Oko Tiaka. Who plays on Tiama about Dia grow, baby, now playground, baby, Dia grow, what's it here? That's a reality. And because you was through, and you just some people. And I always give an example of Medina. Regional Minister Baya or Gassis Zongo Jansen, or the MP, F6 Zongo Jansen traffic. Then I realized that between Adenta and Zongo Medina and Legon, it's less than 5 minutes. Because they just enforced the bylaws and said that Omuma among for Trotro for Minaha, Omuma among for Tony Minaha, the clear will be a few traffic not with them. But one money a clear because here for a clear. Escafono, SEC stores at the team. Yemi now, or you crown a buy a permanent figure. But you can hear what store and I say, that will assume the what you want, and you change land use, Yaman. It was me and friend for regional ministers last time. Yem fair MC, Yem fair DC, Yem fair Metro MC, don't come.
Okay, all right. Dennis, Anapia, that's Yami Shopper.
Yes.
Dennis J. Jumo, yeah, one of the lead researcher. Emma Ejima law firm on we are in we anope wa boy we enkomodie na ensuo isu na yiri FIA Ghana bro Amiaka so a fucking cry dear from Vanchem producer said, "Men kase me na me bre, na me amen kase ye bre." Man so makume mu akwa we obema ma kan se wan sese me ka.
Leave him.
Yes,
do not want Professor Mate to talk. Listen, they have tried, politicians have tried all means, all means to muzzle me, to get me, but they can't. They come with bribes, fat envelope, $100,000. Listen. I want everybody to listen. Politicians came to my house with fat envelope, $100,000, not cedis, dollars. And also with the promises that, if you keep quiet, we will give you a house at Trazaco with swimming pool. You know what? We will give you 4-wheel drive. These people were lucky. I did not have big dogs in my house. Else I would have released the dogs to bite them for the whole world to ask, Papa Moderator, my boy one again. Papa Moderator, I then I would tell me now you release the dog. Then I will tell them, ask what they came to do. You know what? They have tried all means to muzzle me. They couldn't, and I tell you they can't.
Needs FM. What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. 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 Specialized.
feel different, think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia nso beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. We den kan no ntumu ho. Me be mo anu nso wo hye kwa dia ka ho. Wo hwade a wapi ho. O ka sa batete e da fom wo. This way chocolate drink.
Crash up a baba worry.
Aso.
Ye fear said this way chocolate drink, ya sorry, no pan on yenum. Ye bishop free gymnum no snack. Ye nya ho ho anu ye de serve wo mo. Ye did we any pebibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink in yenum. And this one what ti anu a, he se kire wom, koko wom, prick wom, bibia wom, ade wo hia ni so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA anhwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
Utie oha extra punk no. Needs FM.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. All the sampa. Kasia bo. Kowaka temunsa. Amaya se. Kwesi ABOAGYE. Onye yimu. Nukratrodo. Kamadile kamadile bo. Nita fe. Mumayentie. Kwesi ABOAGYE 100.9.
Kwesi bonkwe.
Well, yeah, ka say nsuo no still in Krahanam si anopay top. It as well as ready, but me sure say mu be brain so honum si a matoto mu niam ye sabre senia nsuo no enkonko ha adwen fm se fi sabre ko dwun bosumi na wie ye de nsuo no oni ejine mu papa ma men kan comments bi na enko enim ya odu o silver corner mataiko. I urge the government to give all the resources the special prosecutor will need, because he is not only to investigate politicians, he will investigate civilians, including police MTTD personnel. Our leaders must leave the state lands alone. All state lands be given back, and all state land be given back to the state. That's one here from, and he made mention of aviation land at Shalebotri, part of the trade fair land, Legon University land around Atomic Junction. Well, Ray and Odiwe Edbai Sule from Sunyani KTK says, His Excellency President Akufo-Addo led NPP administration can continue to improve upon our socio-economic development if attitudinal changes, do not move from a level of negative to zero. I didn't quite connect with it. DJ Black, what you say? Because he tell chairman, then what? Abronya, is that what you want to say? To go ahead and prosecute the Speaker of Ghana's Parliament and others who enjoy the double salaries, because it is deliberate. DJ Black and not do it by. President Akufo-Addo was blaming Mahama for the floods. Now he's blaming the citizens for throwing rubbish into the gutters. So during Mahama's time, the people were not throwing rubbish into the gutters. Ablade if you come zongo takrade no di free and no di buy. And I understand why President Akufo-Addo said yetisikaso nanso accommodating. Where did Sir John get all his wealth from? That is Anna Fernandaku and no dear no di buy. Yahuza Swami says, building on waterways and indiscriminate disposal of solid waste into open drains and channels are key major factors in flooding in the country. And President Akufo-Addo's call to the MMDAs, urging them to demolish all structures on waterways, as a bold step in the right direction. That's Yahuza and what do we buy. Did I hear Professor Marty saying he's not been quiet? He's been speaking. At this time, he's changed his modus operandi through text messages. I think sometimes I blame the NDC for being so friendly to some people who publicly declared that they hate NDC. Alaji Woli PFA Kuma and Odifi and Odi and Odubai. Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Suno Asiogwe. Ma Yankwenim, Yantos Yanjin Community in 70B Senate City, the Bankratano. Kabana Boami, Kwesi. Kabana Inko.
Abusuafo de bokata me de to aso aye teleguide. Na odi akukuda mumfo ni abetua. Bernard Antibos ya kon ya tafra ni tema wuntumi.
Nya wa flood ye no. Is a fraudly. Has fraudly us. Is that your man to me?
You will be brof.
There be his fraudulous.
No, was say, will tower mudit, say, or no bank crying.
But he has flooded us.
Flood is a floodly. This time we are changing him because he has flooded us. Yes. We now relaxing that she have been cheating us, so we don't want him again.
Still maintain, Chama want to me. Still maintain. Yes, Woba, Chama want to me maintain it. Moi say mo be bonu gumbe no mo boa.
Yeah. But this a baby venu kro mo kwato aba no kro ebinim so mo mpene.
RCC honum regional coordinating council.
Yeah.
Amo mpene because honum ye dey hoya Chama want to me stronghold ana.
Hoya Chama want to me territory.
Oh, we nyina.
Asa so mo kwato no. Baby send your school baby kura mo.
Amo pa mo to no Jubilee House.
Well, Omagosia as I say, when we say ebinom wo suro bi say.
Yes, say o ko ya, Abraham. Because I say we boxing muna say o say o de on pese be wi awa knock oni pa ko no knock ne down yes anete
because say azuma nelson so wabo no wa ha ukobo no baby and was so pa on the on san frere remat wonu an kurum and was san frere remat onu ankasa nipa na wabo ne ni kurum e kra de omakwesi wabo na ma na no a edi nanim say no ete ya behwe say antinata say baby obenya bia obebo but omakwesi antisa abatu David antisa abatu nkwatu no original coordinating council sa de David ya nkwatu no baby e pete
chese oni ayi omo kasa na epe
omakwesi e ho
ni omo ya adwen
omakwesi e ho de bibia tumisi ya nkwatu no baby e petem bibia nsi ho obi ani wo ye kan wie ye papers nie ene ye suagu a ye kan ulusu atani uli wan se we de melusu correctly na mom pass lusu a wa hu se we obi a wokoto aba wa se ye kan wie ono kura anya bi no se eti man so man to amamo wa.
Okay. Na Samson Kofi Nimakon dodo na Sanemrani Abilele a member of the NPP Asantimante. Abilele te say anope.
Oh, you are dom me hoye.
Wa kwa baba ni TFM so anope.
Yo.
Me sure say ya kase wo Kumase meboa.
No Kumase.
Ensuo no to wan kran ha anope say na ti Kumase.
Kumase de insuo entoy e mu eye kama pa.
The radiasi. And say the high was say. But so Ochina na say regional elections mo sha see me boy MPP.
Said ye air colon and yechina e be ye memre damu.
Okay. Na so far near me to say Asantimantem wo hwa e te say wo hono pa.
Oh, Asat Enola and Nura Tidia, Namianim, not tension, womb, not the other tension, womb titropa, your one. Abona, not in your mayano. And at the tosum, you no pass, so your baby, not your papa to a ballon. Now you move to Dwala, and you're comfortable cry. Because now I say, you do quack shit to Krubi Mono. Na emu ya eti ye ma ye ni bre papa eti na ye mu bidie baby ye kwa to ne de nyame se enka lekwe na ho de
baby am kwato no yes regional coordinating council
na ye kwato aba wo ho no bo say
ada regional coordinating council ada na wo ya te se ne bia bia enya ho nom na me fan senka te se Jubilee House e wa Santimantem.
What be that? The Jubilee House, you bet me a park or two about. Let me go to about home and ye. And now, who share a hollow so soon. Any Mrane tap was a Yama will be a Muraho. I do one more Kotua Banepa. It did not just say Adielu Nipana. Hello.
Yeah, me too, Abilele.
Aha, Nipana. Yeah, no, contest, no, Sabio, Wolono. You said you o Timmy BBB.
Ah, nipa be asem na okay because some do so.
Sama to me, yeah. Ye to me.
Oh, okay.
Timmy BBB.
Nia wosi wa flood mu no.
I yo Timmy BBB ni pa because ne double lekeno anu odene
Ba nyabotre Abilele nyabotre tie sebi chama wuntumi MPP ni mwamunipa enye ne bia mo pese mo tu nti no mo be kan nsem a sebi ensem fata because na mo amoya because any awusi ken diabolic ni sa ni sanse na se sakwese papa no cry a criminal bisa.
Oh message say eba politics mu dia say nyame anim otimiye bibia bi awon ade no so ya say ya kasa na ye dene baaye ene de no kure ya na ye dene baaye ye mu bi say ye boli ti dompa na ye dene baaye beto baaye no so no nyame si enka no kure woni ye ni ye woni party ma woni asante man woni ye ni ye kura as if you say wo be ye original chairman no che say ya ma ni bibia da asema no ka kire ya no me baaye ene ye ma me hwe until recently ene ye hu se sansem ni nyina se ni bie ni wa na ye lokre tuon se wo de niema bebre sie yen adidiga so ye nyina nim se ni mu na nam
hona na nka me komi bisa se niam ye na because mu hu ni se wodidi agam wo hu
papa wodidi agya ye papa
enti yaw na mode ye niam ye nyina no
oh yo enya minko asante my party ni mu nyina se ni pa bebre efiti youth organizers koka regional chairman for say obia masa obia
na mimbisa minje wadwenche wade we hu na ye to aba ma amanyofo e wo hu se wo mumra ma ye tumini ye nhye omusa na wo mumebwa na oman no entimi mfa no tuma mpemfra na se bia bilele wuni adwuma ya enye se because we MPP ni but ye hwe aban ne hye ni niam odi begu akwan mu nti se wo ye NDC o ye MPP ni o na sa eye aban ne baaye no wetimi ama niam atimi agina ne na so na wetimi enye adwuma ye na enye se obi edi bibi ba be sha bilele nsa ana se ka kura wa wadwuma wo ye wetimi atoka enye because of say MPP ni MPP aba power nti oxen car obi akobre wa amanoni abrochire mfie bebre na ebia duty nti wentimi ntua ne agye ne car ne ade ama bilele enye sa but eya na I say okay ne MPP aba ne wa ma ebia ndi ni wadwenkyere wo sade o senator
nyamianim eya na enye sanko a won say aban wono obeye na afamu die na dodo no aso ordinary nipa so na eye obi te say regional chairman for example ye ken on say ye ma no contract bi eye rules they say no ta rules no and now say oje ye na went to complete no ntino amase say ehofo ni nyina obia etiem obia esu se aden eba sa so ani nyina so eba aban no aso betinka wutimi ye ya e de boa wa ban ya anka sheni pe wo efa sa kwa no su nyina nimonyam e ma credit ne baba no so betu je ya wentimi anye no ufi se won ha wa ban no wa ha no eye niema bebrebe so se ni ade no se de maw na ebi ba beso meso a meso mama bi asumi nia bi so na mi nia no so amu bi asu obi so ɛno ɛnɛma wɔ bi to ɔ sɛ aban wɔ deɛ wɔyɛ adeɛ wote aseɛ na sɛ me ho kyere me a woma me ho kyere me a wonim nipa dodo a wɔn soso ho bɛtere wɔn sɛ me ho tɔ me a wonim nipa dodo a mɛtumi ama wɔn so ho atɔ wɔn eti adeɛ ne yɛ saa na tie ɛyɛ dua baako na gyina hɔ ɛna ɛyi ne nkura bata no ɛtrɛtrɛ ɛna kyɛ sɛ ɛyɛ dɛn ɛso wɔ biara so yɛsi dua ko gye mframa ebu na sɛ wo no ɛbɛso wo so na wantrɛtrɛ sie nim ama na nso wɔ bi so ama ɔno so ankɔ so wɔ bi so ankɔ so wɔ bi so a at the end of the day no deɛ ɛbɛba ne sɛ ɛne aban no na ɛmmɔ no ho mmɔden ahokyerɛ ɛba nyinaa firi saa deɛ no wɔbi gye na wɔno nko a personal interest na watena so eti sɛ woyɛ saa a wodeɛ wadwe yɛ wo sɛ wodeɛ woyɛ ma wo ho w'ani agye o bɛt woha w'aban no ɛna woha temammufoɔ no so ɛyɛ saa nɛteɛ sɛ obiara bɛdi ne korɛ sɛ manya mama me nua w'ebi ɔno so nkɔma w'ebi na ɛɛtrɛ kɔ a wodeɛ wobɛhu saa afɛ deɛ ɔmaa no tansie wɔ mu nyinaa na ayɛ bɔkɔɔ saa ne yɛyɛ no
okay
baakofoɔ nyɛ ntena so
na nhwehwɛmu bi a yɛsi akɔ so no ɛkyerɛ sɛ sɛ nea moyɛ yi nyinaa no moto aba no a kyama wontumi bɛdi nkonim ba evi yɛbɛm sɛ 57% asɛde ade
ɛnyɛ nokorɛ da yɛ baabi a na nkɔdi bɛdi nkonim no sɛ sɛ yɛnto saa aba no wɔ hɔ yɛdeɛ yɛadwene no no ɛhɔ deɛ nyamea nim na yɛsuro papa na yɛsuro saa regional council hɔ na yɛnyɛ comfortable koraa
enti sisi ama sesa regional coordinating yi hɔ nom no
yɛasesa no yɛnto no hɔ biom
mobɛto wɔ
baba yɛla sports stadium
okay
ɛhɔ ne yɛkɔto no eti hɔ nom deɛ ɛhɔ bae tɛtrɛtɛɛ adeɛ ne si hɔ a ɛna si hɔ yi ɛne nyinaa tua obi di kɔwura mu a yɛne tua ɛhɔ deɛ kyerɛ sɛ yɛhwie gu hɔ a yɛne tua eti hɔ deɛ wodi nkunim wadi nkunim wulusu a walusu biribiara matie twitwitwitwi bi anim na saa tokuro mɔ no saa kɔna mu hɔ no a ayɛ sɛ boxing obi de wokɔhyɛ kɔna mu a wode hwɛ sɛ ne osi dufudufu punches ɔde ma wo wote aseɛ eti hɔ deɛ na mfact ne yɛnyɛ comfortable koraa sɛ sɛ deɛ afei na yɛn nyinaa no yɛboa tɔ yɛyɛm
okay na abom no nso mo nsa ka abom no
abon no aba bɛtɛnyɛ ne nyinaa na aba yɛnyanya the full component of the abon ebi aba anything ama
you mean full complement
Saturday no anything yɛde kɔ Saturday no nti nɛ ɛna yɛhwɛ anim sɛ nkaeɛ no so bɛba nti yɛn nyinaa yɛ monitor eti sɛ ba na kyerɛ sɛ deɛ wɔ mu biara wɔn ahwɛ edi deɛ ne deɛ wɔ mu ne atutu biribiara for ɛkyina na kyerɛ sɛ mmemmere da nyame yɛ adom a ne yɛde akɔhyehyɛ so na kyerɛ sɛ yɛto aba na ma deɛ anim si obɛlu so no watɔ fam sɛ tim
na wobɛto bi abelele
dabi me da mentu bi
okay
me da mentu bi
okay na sɛ na kyerɛw sɛ ɔkyene fie na memenda mokɔto aba na abɔ mu hwɛ sɛ bi a ɔkyene fie na bi a abɔ no ne aka no ne nyinaa bɛba no ɛmbɛn dodo moyɛ okay moyɛ sure sɛ mobɛtumi anya berɛ ahwɛ mu ansa na makɔto
ɛno deɛ meyɛ sure paa because candidates ne nyinaa obiara ayɛ ready sɛ yɛaka ne nyinaa bɛduru no a kyɛ sɛ yɛbɛsubmite ama obiara nsa aka no copy na kyerɛ sɛ ntɛntɛntɛntɛm yɛayɛ biribiara ɛne kyena nti no ɛbɛyɛ yie paa ɛbɛyɛ yie
moma biribiara nso nyɛ bɔkɔɔ na basabasa biara ɛmma santemantam na
yɛbɛma biribiara yɛ bɔkɔɔ sɛne yɛbɛyɛ a yɛto aba ne wie a na afei ɛnkɔnkɔ effect the next election ɛwɔ yɛn nim no yɛbɛma biribiara yɛ bɔkɔɔ na asomdua afa no ntoma pɛfira
okay na o video ya akɔ viral na wo resa brofo saa no na I say BBC for no interview
no mu numu samete brofo saa because mo ba no mo say woman the omo percent ka brofu mom. Now so let's go. It's not problem because I've completed middle school and living post-middle school living certificate. So I'm all right. No more the year. And I'm be brofu go. Yeah.
I see. But could be a kind of mention that I say fraudly as no person say.
Oh, sir, will be a fraud. Okay. No, mechano in present past. So one says where's the be a combined with adjective. Now just say amao the noun and I say pura. Aha.
Adjective here then.
Adjective. Oh, now of course school wants adjective.
Entina maybe sound meaning.
Continuation of English that you are giving it into its symbolic. So I don't know how to explain it for you to understand, but I think you get to understand, or you are still not understand what I mean.
Me fan say ba ko so si plural no na me plural ne den.
Plural a word that comes with an anger. You understand? As a when you break now, assembly a source when you break now, person will be banon and a bruni say plural. It comes from a word that makes a person an anger or and no also na a threat. It means could do adjective. Adjective no the highest symbolic be a no the true and not just a libra bapa. Oh, we are eagerly sworn bibisa eager or if you like eagerly. Yes, a yeli abre abroso and a brunisi eagerly, pa. Yes, a brofopa.
Yeah, it be so to brofo chama to me.
Oh, on your phone doing to minimum stand the cry.
Yes, sure, chama brofo is
not your form. Only the dear nekra.
I believe I pay.
Papa.
It does pay. You do see you.
Yo,
I mean, come on, boy.
One come some more.
Samson Kofi Nimakon Abilele, member of the NPP Ashanti region. I remember for sure in the cabin of my man coin was any fina. Upa friend around the world now. And you know, in the adjective, but yeah, you are.
Ghana Muntie, Nama Sanyason. At the rock of Yaman Homeneso Ejiji Tonton Sansan, I would need 100.9 FM.
And Pacho Bebre, Kora Muti, added a plural no kind of boy, and yes, Annette. Bibia more than one, Pacho, simple terms in school for mention, maybe I did not think more than one, which I say a plural, and yes, Annette. Why? Delegate na anymore. Okay, mean you.
Nipa no a ye beto omo so aba no. Me ka chama wontumo no na wede ne ho nkomo no. Na de oto aso ye wote ne ho kwaku apia. Wote ne ho kwaku apia. Ono ana contest ni gina wone chama wontumi ntempa. Na Robert Kutin Jr. Central Region no na woye regional chairman osako bio. First, no nanka tema kutin was scapa. First, was scat is a bro. Well, sika kran one kind we be. Na one also with them. Afe, ya 4 Eastern regions were. Jeff Kunadu, one also Adaha. Na Jeff Eko Chamai. And now one a quadjo buati ajamai. Quadjo. Kwajo buati ajima kwajo one no so na esi akan ewo ho and who is who sa nipa mieni nyina ye nipa kukudamo a ukọ Eastern region omo akyere omo bobre panti abatoɔ no bɛkɔ na wie yɛ wɔtena ne n'akyi yɛde yɛni bɛdi akyire na yɛabɔ mo ho amanneɛ pampanin na n'adoda nkɔ akufo ado na ne buafuo yi ɛna wɔka kyerɛ assemblies ne sɛ wɔn nkra status a esi nsuo kwan nyinaa waterways no wɔn nkra ne nyinaa ɛmfa mfiri hɔ afei ɛnura special prosecutor ɔsan keka no ho na special prosecutor Kisie Jabin ɛna wɔsɛ de esi ne boot yi na boot no na nsɛn abakwesi obra wɔbɔ adwuma o sɛ John asɛm na aba abɛtɔ no wɔsan afɛ no nso na wayɛ investigation na Kisie Jabin sa bɛtɔ sukɔ ɛwɔ chief executive officer Forest State Commission late lawyer Kojo Owusu afiri yie na wɔfa kwesi sɛ mmara ne te sɛ John paa agya wɔ ado Kisie Jabin ade a wɔde bɛyɛ no no ɔno ɔbɛhu sɛ yes sɛ mmara no te sɛ John sɛ saa nneɛma a wɔnya ayɛ yi within shortest possible time no Kisie Jabin kɔyɛ investigation no wɔhu sɛ saa nneɛma nyinaa sɛ John fa akwanbɔ ne so ɛna wɔnya saa nneɛma yi a ade a Kisie Jabin de bɛyɛ sɛ John no ɔno a wɔbɛhu sɛ yes saa n'ani abere enti wɔlezi ne boot na wakɔ sɛ John so wakɔ akɔyɛ investigation ɛde afa ne japadeɛ no a onyaeɛ no ho na PPA boss yi wɔno nso yɛde no kɔɔkɔɔto a wɔne nakonta 10 million obi a 5 million ɔka bɔ mu ɛyɛ 10 million Ghana cedis ɛne yɛde to wɔ mu tiri so a yɛde ɛma a wɔ mu beeliɛ Ghana Football Association afei de wɔn akɔnfɛn mu sɛ World Cup a yɛrekɔ Africa Cup qualifier a yɛrebɔ yɛ coach a yɛde no korɔ ɛyɛ coach Otuado ɛnyɛ coach Otuado nko a Prince Hunting nso ɛka technical team no ho George Boateng ka ho Masawu Didi Dramani ɔno nso ɛka ho nti sɛ nipa nan ɛna wɔn de yɛrekɔ Qatar na Africa Cup of Nations qualify no nso wɔn de yɛ akɔbɔ abranteɛ yɛfrɛ na din katia ɔbɔbɔ ɛma Arsenal onimbo ɔbɔ pa na nsensa na wɔhyɛ go wɔtena sɛ England foɔ wa ama wɔ mu nti wɔba bɛbɔ ɛde ama Ghana Black Stars.
Right, yɛnkɔ ama no so na yɛne owura George Bray ɔyɛ MC Ablekuma West Municipal Assembly yɛni nkɔmmɔ anɔpɛ owura Bray yɛde ase mu akɔ ababa Neat FM so
mɛgye so akwesi
sɛne adi ne tie no ahwɛ woka obi akɔka sɛ Bray na ɔka no Bray no sɛ Bray meboa okay, all right, that's it. Na Ablekuma West so ya yenim no some of the areas ni bi a shesa assembly na sine ehfa pa na amanfo ntimi hu ni ye pa
me pa so capital dance man me was Tiabu SMS o PTQ me was Gbegbe o Akoko Photo Net Flat me Auto Job
I see. Enti MP no Esla Usu meboa. Okay. Minim senior city but some years back pa no said na me kan radio su kra. Bem se mfie bi atwemu kɔ. Me kostra me yonko bi oyɛ dance man na nsuo tɔɔyɛ. Na bra me bra ya ansa na me fi dance man no. Enya asɛm ketwa. Yɛsɛ be fa run about to person fa mo frɛ ho sɛ nkra sakama sɛ de ade. Nsuo omo ma me kwan na chese yesi okay titi e fa se man probi ase fa honso nsuo no my kwan minim sa sesa nsuo no tro sisi asempa na tie e wo assembly no no
okay see that's someone to say any other community and as a municipality or Greater Accra ye wo be a sebe obetumi afa smooth normal nsuo emplade ewo bona atepo na ye wo another setting so a sebe ye wo issues of flooding ewo.
Yes, but largely I mean it's also one of the areas nsuo to hard drink pa me boa
let's make us say about 30% of about 26% of the constituency nsuo hard drink. So
and that means you know when you dream because 20% there say at least that's quite good me boa.
sɛ ɛnyɛ yɛnkasa yɛ suban ɛne nneɛma bi a yɛyɛ ɛde si nsuo no kwan a ankadaso manfo menyi nni sɛ yɛbɛnya saa major issues a other areas no bɛnya no.
Okay. So, yɛn timemfoɔ na yɛn a yɛtete saa Ablekuma West yɛn a na yɛkɔ so flood no sɛ nsuo no yiri fa a yɛ suban bɛn saa te sɛ sɛn.
Yo, abɛsi opa ayi a opa area bi te sɛ base. Meba office asa mebeba office ɛne meba office na na ɔmo wɔ ayi bi abɛsi mi sɛ ɔte nkran a ɔmo sɛ apart from ɔmo wɔ no na ɔmo wɔ afahyɛ bi ɔmo deɛ frɛ no wɔn bo eyi na wɔn bo no ɔtira sɛ otu mu ɛsɛ sɛ yɛwu o. Na ɛno no ɔmo frɛ no afahyɛ ɛsan sɛ yɛsi anka yɛsi June July bɛsi nsuo tɔ a ɛdan a yɛfrɛ no sɛ nsuo ankɔm koraa na ɛnyɛ ceiling level. Mebaeɛ a mehwɛ area hɔ no apɛsɛ na mesɛ sɛbe nipa ntumi ntena ama afei biara nsuo mfa nipa ɛmma agyapadeɛ no asɛ pɔ nsɛe. Nti momma yɛnhwɛ ne yɛncreate waterway ɛna meni a na medemolish about 300 properties. Me demolish because almost need permit. That time me demolish me catch so we be our permit be our the sit down which me about assembly. I mean at na say not a single permit. Need crazy you know. I could see who die no. Na adan no mo ntini na esibola so. Originally area ho nyina to die. In Chankan Super, near 50 and 10 nano, Ebetaho, as a action, a co epunum. Manoka say, Oko Glisba, almost yes, similar a you ho. You should time at the honor. And a month for the bone of Kuman, as a Pelia Basura, nobody not here a crable so. You see, yes, at the near Sidan also. It's a problem, no, more to do with Yankasa Subaya.
Nti waterways no water course no ye see dying prevent nsuo no se be fa o me boa.
Ye the baller ye didn't catch the baller fele. Ni bia ye the not here be 1 foot eguso no ye see dying. Na so e tete nsuo no eni bibia etenefa eni bibia ekotai amana twa po epunu.
So George, that means omuni permit dying the ACC structures the ACC omuni to me krata bia me boa. From the assembly.
Majority of them need to be crafted.
I'm sure you know the obvious follow-up question to you, sir. I didn't assembly no more young. I didn't go pull down these structures.
Okay. Into I could see at the end say we book baby say what's that call an man computer. I computer idea one name. So we be German I say and I no one and so near the end say issues in the brew I inherited it because Ablekuma West is coming out of AME.
But your time been MC, you know?
But in 2018.
2018.
Okay. I know can say my 2 major demolitions over Ablekuma West and my bootstrapped close to 1,000.
Saying when you're pulling down now ububunu demolition a saying a man for resistance and a coil.
Oh yes, naturally a man for resistance. But what happens is I don't get too much of resistance because I make sure I engage extensively. Many I am for ethnicity ekasa, many community elders ethnicity kasa. I say a prayer omo mote memo for dan kasa eno matenasi akasa say that you near tieni. Except anka mostly mobesisi madan first of all anka muskim area no nti assembly ne nim say haka kwan da ha the school besi ha the police station besi ha nanso mo area mo betine mo man twem ya anya san say ne nyina nti say na mosisi adan no say ebi de emakwan ama yetumi sa exercise no nti most of you know ubenya resistance about 10% or 15% of omo Sebe, almost properties be kono, and they do almost story 8 years. Now, so by and large, you know, no more who say, no, if I swap abaso for the larger community. It is so far resistance, but a minimum.
Okay, so a man for no and said enkasa because omnim say baby this you know. But are you sure say enya de bia mo members no fan say adwumayfo no bi ana staff no bi omo assembly no omo ma ebinom permit bia no the strategy CCC or say
I could say every assembly committee a special planning committee. Special planning committee, the membership no me ha many can about 15 no every assembly and last committee for EP for dansuma na kwaye a friend say estate ni largely in 8,000 for nti yawo nipa dodo a free outsider omoka committee no ho sabe the committee net na say you applications as I am permit then you be ya sabe hydrological when for edu omo input beba EPA for the omo input beba na asepo nti so permit no the special planning committee no na de ma wa because see na it is a permit sabe falsified nti say you back now you permit train here the call your own mem and I say database necessary anymore straight away no it say you obi na picture ma obi and no you can't hold it against the assembly to ukra permit and no one in particular na on one say no ma permit no na ebeja any assembly.
So I'm just looking at some of the stories and Fachemi me who said 2019 illegality that sending out can pull down some structures assembly in then 2020 so mu pull down structures. I think say me share 2019 story now mu structures be a big lagoon big is a honor saying 7th grade school and I'm say Glefe and so 2021 I'm saying so mu pull down structures ni bini and your account sanity own
me pass on
na minim say asama mampani dia to dwe what be about say amam to me mu pull down structure BSC water course bia na waterway bia so no mu pull me sure say what your mampani asama de to dwe
me pass on matepa
we no mu hu ni CCRDS o mampani tumi no the asem nsapa even though say na okay we pull down structures before but we there e ba be shame crime more na say na tie
emra ewo hodada na omampani ede na ne tumi authority ti enhwema samra na enye duma esane say abedi say usi edan 10-story kra na say assembly amount permitter the act assembly di duma no the act the assembly has every right say obe pull down for 10 floor structure na owia ne de wo honi owia so expect go ema wutua cost na or the pull or structure down.
Okay, nti we no nya say bia ye ma mo ye resettle ye ma ba bia atena na ye tu ampatase ke bia krampo ukra na say bulk aka ho.
Yes, so wow. Permitter ye sign bulk aka ho. So o permit na bia assembly ne hu say aha sabi you say nsu kwan efa ho nti ye ne nipa ne ndi nsan wo so ana say the car kwan beto oho na say no ndi nsan wo so e ndi nsan wo so na na hwe compensation na mum say won ni permit radia assembly nsi say ene katari eduma no ema kwa say yemu no na say you can do ho isa say e bulldozer na diesel ni asepo e ba be eduma na nipa e ba be eduma na asepo e say etua ni nyina hoka nti sabio say ba be ye ya president ese mukina ze ase enye na emma obia agene nya ne say ye ba be mo obi sika the sabe assembly na ma permit na wodan ne hu say ebesi water way dia ye betumi edi ho nkomo na mmom say woni permitter woni assembly ne eni nkomodi dia and assembly ne eni woni nkomodi dia produce your permit we nya your structure must go.
Yenwie nkomo no wa hanom say enti well before that in Krabin Bisa so far in Siono toy no at the same honum say any the extent of damages and said and hard dream or honum say.
Oh, I drink a lot of places. They do have me not move for in a time water pump AC cam and no more pump is free a month for fee. Then I'm a kind and I'm calling with your coffee my dear one name. Into you the same shoe no and fun money. That's human life. We must protect it first.
Baby, I'm pumping you know, be almost sit down on approved and unauthorized places are now a dynasty you see one saying it's your coin.
Unauthorized the only permit. Now, so then I'm kind because it's human life. You better have more buying. We are not free. The Niaka at was so I am Comodia, Bamawaton, as I said, you be stable life for the but I don't say that I would know the right place to stay. Into we are not starting from a DSM. To Japan, our damn one. One and I go to be a DJ away, sit them one. Some not baby far. It's answering a hit minute here. As I said, you feel good if I don't want to.
Okay. Oman Penny said, yeah, MMDAC, and in fact, or charge mu MMDC, said, moi, planning laws, you won't find ye, Jumano. Nasa ye who say bia breaches of any flooding piano was as a result of more negligence. You might say somewhere man ya, and yet a mining will be deeper. So what dear? And tea, oh dear, send your watching chief, not just all the year, Juma. But Michelle, if you move bia, then is a J Jumo, and in your animal my year. This law firm, Omushi Mubi on my year. Graphic publishes story meaning so when she saw 154 MMDAs operating without valid bylaws. When was our story? Okay. So Mushisha Munin said, your MMDAs be our Ghana Hanum Sia. Mu ye juma without bylaws. Na Greater Accra Yemsia war assemblies in Nkwa Edu Nu and Kono 29 assemblies. Na 14 of them were gazetted bylaws. So according to Ghana, Yemrano, the Local Government Act, which said, yes, Emrano, na se untintimi and now publish ya. And ya dia a legal backing and a legal effective ya. Sana Local Government Act, Emrano Ashenoche. Na 14 of the assemblies, no, were gazetted bylaws. Na mashemwa me hu assembly no timikohe MMDA sa mo nkrahanum say nkramante ma wo muni gazetted bylaws no but me hu Ablekuma West wo wo na wo MC 2018 no betra ho no me say aden na muni gazetted bylaws aden George
any gazetted bylaws
ai
I could see Patrobet Transport Manaba. I'm a met the receipts in the body na actual. Me who listen Intina moved to me and specific about it, but which will be to me, I'm a making receipts as a put in a gazette me bylaws at the actual because as a Oma Ghana public a publicity as a put in the process and the no. We see this.
Enti Ablekuma West gazetted bylaws. I'm a call assembly press be am pebiator and I'm a bar George bet me be amami.
Assembly press
Oh, so it means that from so na if you know my meboa.
Reporting unfortunately because my ex-Accra with Greater Accra elections no weekend. Need and do it sick but Mr. Working.
So, time and Ablekuma West near gazetted bylaws.
2019, because it was, I think it's Ablekuma West became a municipality in 2018. And for the first day, we adopted that of AME. But then we gazetted even when we adopted the AME, And then at 2020, obviously, don't let me make a mistake for the years. Then I'll pull out all my facts and figures and then be able to address appropriately.
Nampacho bebre mimbusa asasemi ya o bise osrese mimbusa o se wo assembly no mu no yeah exercise bi. Na sa exercise no mo chichi abobo yafo bi. Na enokre se mo yes exercise bi sa mo chichi abobo yafo.
Me patron ene.
Okay, much as time be.
Okay, so my mentor abobo yafo yes and yes say na mani ati abobo ya bi
Okay.
So be kaya yes spend komodi as ne e kan say ebinum de ball a explain sutaye. Me no ka say nipa bi ayo mo ho eyi no mo google pe baby am sutaye ba ko da na sabi abesi be 10 years ago now pa which we can say an area as big as baby Musibio or Abeka Junction and they call close to my former studio, my 7. Near yes to Kayeda. Menoka say baller for the baller, one on person with the group. As I said, Sabio in penny football or almost the person of tongues to tie as I said, the man club for. It's a bobo ya almost the baller and case some of the commercial road, maybe I Zoom line for the Aricop, you know what? And almost the ball and more than compost, you know. That's almost the ball and nobody only has to explain. Normally, if you go to tie, you know. It's in preventing them from doing that, you know. So, with Nya, Abubu Yadia, what benefits to tie, so we people go back home. And no, your core assembly, General Assembly, assembly members, the whole General Assembly, they have to say, the show go to police station. But no, can say, yeah, some of some no work and run near Saturday from assembly. The equity time, I said, you will be a better than what I say, and to tie a ball and film to make a chabobo or manano, and you keep them a chabobo.
Oh, okay. Into your moi, Obi can say they are committing illegality and more chichomo, me boy.
Me that's the big and one watch them.
Nano crimes say mojomo 1,000 Ghana cedis.
In Patrosana American assembly exit to Musel for there to be a kind of symbol because a caring factor no. Yeah, pay charge such that you be to me take care of whatever damage in to an extent they are causing.
Okay.
Not a very deterrent.
Okay.
And to get sure more who be to 1,000 cities. Now I could see because it's a ball at the more they necessarily 100 cities. And that's 200 cities. That's all the price I cover about 1,000 cities. And then what's the and no, it's what you place the deterrent. And the assembly system here do man. Men want to meet number of it, and I'm an coordinating director. To meet number and to just around into your call general assembly and assembly members united to say this is the way to go, at least to deter or more yes, I illegality.
That's so achechim na yenua ba akoti hanum sian ne ba bedi djuma na kwadweje yeboa member of the MPP communication team na K na wo ye tobe wa say na me say shut up wa committee illegality ajo 1,000 Ghana cedis men kasa assembly ne jijisika
akwesika so MPP member crowd and imagine 3,000 party and power and so yeah the right thing now almost looking up to MPP nobody will say MPP about BMI yeah but nothing on man or yeah illegality it's I say your man opinion or your lawyer name about or name number in the other case yeah because it's on the crowd the make 2,000 and trying to it's easy and now only 2,000 ready.
That's a George. Me fwa so pa me tawechi. All right. Around George Bray, MC Ablikuma West Municipal Assembly and pay need 100.9 Ghana Montie you media sunu aso go.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Oh, the Sampa Kasia Onye yimu no kretrodo kama gine bo nita fe mama yentie kwesi abwaji 100.9
kwesi bonkwe
Utie oha extra punk no.
Needs FM.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe.
Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think
Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
I bet you thought you've seen it all. You must have thought you've watched it all. Gomorrah is a new exciting series about the conflict that rises between the wealthy and the poor. Watch Gomorrah exclusively on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150, Go TV channel 101, and Aquaba Magic Ebusian DSTV channel 149 and Go TV channel 108. With as little as 50 Ghana cedis on DSTV Access and 25 Ghana cedis on Go TV Value. Gomorrah. Emredane.
Woodie Oha Exi Ponkno. Needs FM. Woodie Oha Exi Ponkno. Needs FM.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe.
satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think
Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Woodie Oha Exi.
And some of what you call bata. Assume said don't change the maja. Assume Ghana Montie Jumedia so. A neat.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All the sampa Kasia bo Kowaka Tawansa Amaya se Kasia Waye Onye Yimu Nukretrodo Kamadine Kamadine Bo Nita Fe Mayentie Kasia Waji 100.9 Kwesi Bonkwe.
I mean, kind comments kakra na me mpeni fu atenase anope na yeni nkomo na nakwadwo J Yabwa of the NPP na nake atenase Sanson of Felix Mante, Director of Communications for the PPP atenase anope studio no manum saying na ya discussion no na edru so na before I make almost so no main kind comment ni bia amanfo mode aba. Anytime the NPP comes under fire from the citizenry, they resort to fear-mongering. This has always been their traits. If it's not about someone or people planning a coup, then it's a terrorist attack being imminent. Ironically, these NPP tradition are the only people who orchestrated the first terrorist attack and coup in Ghana against Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. That's Godfred Kwashiga Edza in Takoradi Beach Road and Odi Free and Odi Bay. Somebody should tell Nanado to do the work he was mandated to do and stop crying. I believe he's now. I understand why Mahama said he and Dr. Bamia cannot blame him since they have not been a president before. That's one here from Mesha Kasante, Abuso Kain, and Odi Free, and Odi Baye. Demolition from where? Only this is a scam to calm down tension. Come to Adenta Commandos, Labi from East Legon. and on the way at the buy about even who dear. For President Kufuor to empower the MMDCs to put down every obstacle that prevents the free flow of water in the country is a step in the right direction. The government cannot afford to spend such a huge sum of money on sanitation and still we still be experiencing floods whenever it rains. That's one here from Yao Sankiri or the Free Taifa and Odibaye. Chief Manuel Atonsu Kumasi say, I must commend the NPP Ashanti regional aspirants who are calling for the change of venue for the regional elections. I can only hope and pray that the committee would listen to the advice and do the needful and save the party's image. Well, as we understand this morning, the venue has been changed. Rainbow Kaswa, as a country, we need to wait for we need not to wait for flood to destroy our properties before we decide to take steps. Let's put politics aside and pull down all buildings at water log areas to allow the free flow of rainwater. Rainbow, Eddie Free Kaswa, and Odebaye. Kofi Kodia, Odifi Kumasi Asokwa, Lobito. I'm happy that the NPP Elections Committee in the Ashanti region is deciding to change the venue for the elections because the party would have set a very bad example. Okay. Most of you did not really like your venue. Musa Batwa, Kumasi, terrorists are formed within and not outside. If you're wicked, your own people. Hey, Musa Batwa, me who's Tombo, Naminya Botre. Nanaki Akwaba.
Enya Ragosi.
Nyamam to say Shache.
Namia Domi, Shiache, no. Just say rooster, no, the Makoto area.
I see any blame so damn you no yes.
And no pants work.
I see.
You say me no run a shift.
That's it. Felix.
What's it?
Nyamam say.
Adam. Was in Nipa Bow. For Bow. Our system. And Binim said, a boy from being a pure system. Above Bopa, baby, I have a baby who indeed. Enya hwe miamu menya code kakra. One head of one day me movie. Me bokra me sorry. Ne mami chia watie for the we try Ghana ni wiase nyina. I was say udi ba ko ne kasi aboagye the darling boy. Pane the darling boy.
Entertainment for the demand.
Oh, nchire movie a but obi ko bodi ni ma me ho pass e woni mi nti e friend darling boy wo kwa bisa
ne ma ne yada no me amate
oni fa onim
o se be ba me misa o eti e bia na wetimi aboa tiefo anasa high kwan
oh so we nya bibia but me pese at the time no de
healing no obisa na yina no
oh yeah match no mu achiri ba nya bibia but pese
Entendo uni a obisa be o se obechiri ti yo aso na obete
Nko wano pay so nana kene Felix Mantiano pay studio man say yehwe enim say Malik Adama of MPP Subabe Cancer
NPP da
NDC sorry make MPP o
what's the MPP
I didn't know what you mean so be a bit me cross carpet to mean cross carpet
Malik di ono NDC na didi muntu cross carpet clear ne be carpet na se o baba spy no ha could di ntro nti won dey yen no.
Okay, so yes, yan come na see ndi flat ho enkomo kakra na ka bi nhyia sem few so na amanpanyi asem odi atodwe sisi ade I say utie enkomo aye ne George Brady ya o say I mean demolition no crowd here dada and rightly so making kind some of the stories 2019 there was some demolition in the assembly no 2021 so omoye bi and see so far no pull down more structures numbering about 1,000 in the assembly no and but still I you know that so hard you want saying my penny CCC would die see what structure be a sea water course waterway a year who preventing you from say a babesia kwa ye mungu any flats in sure if I mean to what drink
Brackety, that's it. Menchia need FM before the darling boy, so the fans are you could be in it. Let me say darling boy and then the political discussion and me say darling boy. In you know, a gusuti, you know, entertainment, one a darling boy and the edge of Brackety, it's me, I say, me and Casano be a victim of bad year.
What's it?
They were business be or Kandishi. Takra this stage.
Hey, can I see what I'm saying?
Takra this stage.
For years. That place have I don't know.
My main camp, my real house and no one make a 2009, Professor Amos taking over. June, July, the month. In Sukesi be toy Makanishi coin in to 2. In him so kaya. Satan ma kofa anu amekanya free mama sere me waha ma kofa light bi amenka bi free ma kofa light electricals na meton ma kofa light abegu onum Google box bu ne nsu ya bowura store yi mu abobbo me glasses na ene dey say LEDs na rubber nti enzu ogum grandpa na bragosi anopa maybe store no maboka be 35,000 in 2009 na me dem say gumiti
anyone
usu enye yi usire enye yi na wo me pramisika ne tugu enei me put some measures down to me to work kakra bi o store nanim
okay
and so no although kakra bi timi bowure mu this time around there but then it say impact aminya no 2009 na me de me kan pain no kra wo hoyi eye ba ko pe me gidi yi say ade a o se maban NPP me ani koso ne ye eye ne ma me nsa bra gosi yedi kan bylaws ana wo ka ho asem no yema bylaws ni nyadwuma ba bibi ni no yen hyemra ni bi akwasa dey no se timitina kure mu na ade bi abeye culture obi na mabonten no onum nsu no ato rubber na twena bonten bottle water yi mese kaneshi obaye tigata ni bragosi we ye more than million bottle water yi and any aduane di afra because we say no eye menkan say bibi a edin nti enya loki ho no ma anuane duru ho anaka na other bottles na bekika ho na isashe ni so amexi anti within the shortest possible time na gata na choki na wo kwa ayi train kasia eda Kanesi main road minim se bra kwasi ya wa main road Kanesi main road I think 2 lane ya gata wo ede ya kwan na to so no ne twin su enam first light bubuashi Dansoman, Hansonic, morning, Tinsuota. Gata na ye menti. Ubonse, a flood from your friends at Dakoma Junction. And the Swanny Nemoan about Kanesi you. Find the soon enough flood. Etimestre, Yedi kind. Yamma Yambrano, MC is near ye, Miami, and the Cassa also made of Benjamin 2000. These are some of the things also more many brain on her. Now, your mom, what they say. Yamma kwai mo bian tutu bola enwa bonten that was in so muna ya bonse especially baby all kind grefeni dan so ma hono o so muna o ba unsaman for paki o mungura bottom ni etugu nsuo nim man my witness bi wa ha mampani kufuado ni fie na chi wonima nsuo tona me na hwame se botto twa ye dwagu gata nim enti ye the attitude we are because ye better need to solve flood problem no. And there be a mekasa flood issue a collective responsibility. Aban wa part also play. Young individuals and so part also play. Around 7 say, because ye try fie near kasa aban kwan or say aban kwan no ya. Because what is so to ya fa ban bi. Near ka ban na why near ban near me no me no. Man penny the ato obama no say one no hwe yen so. On hwe na amamu no on to my. But the binding can say, me no me any idea to me man penny. This ye be koso near yemura near the gugatemu, ye be koso, na ye say be koso near ye sa near my bonny ya. Rakwasi, baby, ye be kwa wiana ye huni. Na mesre, manya ntiye manya bia kenkan say even June mu no ensuo no de ebeto na no de chen de to 3 days ago no say akese 9 ene beto means the BRAKWASI na won na wutimi witness nsuo na to last 3 days na started maybe area started around 12 a.m. Eto ya kopin 4 agidi pa o enti se de ebeba na no de nsin se na se no beto be 6 hours dia ene na ye nyina ye o se etutu mirika na ye dredge ye ngates ni nyina yetimi nya free flow na nsuo no amma nwura nkrofo fie ansa ya de eno amete say am say alaji hanom krampo ekum akwala bi also regional minister kra ko hon makwa ko hwe abusuya no ahomete BRAKWASI imagine say wo ba ene nsuo ato onyare nya hwe ne nsuo eku no menyi ni say ade a obi ani beje say ento one na abusuya na me kai me other experience e minyan e wo flood emu BRAKWASI say obekai a omampani dada John Mama bre so oye kaswa flyover no ye hu dede say ebo eda sa flyover no de boarding dodo no e ma omo say be design ye e be ye U10 another U10 flyover Galilea menim say wa fa kwan ne so abehu de mekan Galilea hono say U10 ne etwa no JD anim ho o ma flyover bi abetimi afasoro no across the other side then kan initial kaswa flyover no enti omo de nyina be kan mu be cheche mu eye ba kon so I think yomat ho ni nyina be she sika kro na mu enso eja ye fa ne sa no omo ye sa flyover no engineering work na omo ye no me meka ne sa ankoye because main gata na nsu efri Galilea mu ho no be fam ekọ eye friend say eja ni main gata no main road ne so no e ho no de pillar flyover ni pillar ni si ye enti nsuo kase bi toy ma ebe hiti pillar na ntimi enya ba bi amfa e return ko Galilea ngrofo bebre fie mu zatam BRAKWASI ho na mete na one Sunday awia bi na nsuo ni toy na me kura me kwa sorry na me dimirika na nsuo mu a me kokoduru ya say me fie ni ema nyina nsuo level na buru me waist level ade bi a eto nipa areho se me wom ni say flood nsuo ni bowura ofie say BRAKWASI emo nyina say no ade utimi fa oba e bi abayere ne bode
okay yenisi
enti prekope efie hono mu nyina na komasi ho enti mesre sa ne ema miensan BRAKWASI say aban ni timi ye kwan wie a unse so study a ye kwan ni wie ye pavement na chine bi aka be 1 year 2 years bi na akọ obi fie aban ni san hyemra si enya ye wo fie ni mu kwan de ye gata ni wie say cream wo fie na nim ida so be green ho ana say wo be cement ho because anua no dodo na asese free those areas no e dey aba be gu gata nim na de toso miensa BRAKWASI mi ka ho asem no eye task force regional minister atie BRAKWASI no pray interview regional minister na only ni din komo say the task force no mo be start o madwuma ade a me hwehwe ne say task force ni mo mani nko oma eto robbers gu abonten eto nwura gu abonten na ye punish omo I believe say yetimi ye na yetimi eye na eye yi a BRAKWASI flood eso bete na fe ye mfa nka ne ma ye kire nkwala wo school ne ho ye nkire nkwala sanitation na omo be fi omo be titi wo omo papa nom wo omo maame nom say there be ye nye we say because flood ne dodo na ekoso akra BRAKWASI ye na ekoso ye na ekoso dodo about 90% ye na ekoso engineering side na wo mni kakra bi enti misra Ghana fo ye sinsu kase bi beto moma ye nyina ye ni ye huni moma ye nyina ye make sure say ye mfa nwura entoto gates yi mu ye nsesa ye mfie bola entoto gates yi mu BRAKWASI me di manu sie no me de me fie ne say anhwe ye ana de ye beto yi ye ntimi antoto ye niema ye na no so akofa o ye no kase de abeto ye enti obi ama na ni na ho na ye so ye mfa ye hunyim gates de da ye fie anim ye ntitimi da bia kumase asafo me bo maba so omo pra gatamu
Meda say Nana K of the MPP and Yajika Crefin one say no ma me ma Felix Mante PPP and Sumbrim na me fan to just Malik Adam of the NDC so atna say Felix
BRAKWASI
chef flats in Komoi still so many years
no BRAKWASI a craft flat
but you munye ko mami why
Meda say you ready say solve it I don't think any government are prepared to say for my Accra adding annual
because the IAA ad hoc measure. Since time memorial, she means me many fear the me bank crying. Yes, what is still be a Phoebe so fan. Afibia. Then ya be ye be ka ho asem a ye ka wi a ya dey akotobole asem na mu a say ye ka no problem na say solve no the problem na akot and you know for me ade ba ko pen na me hu the commitment of leaders any on my money nyina say ye person solve the problem of flooding e wa kra no eba ye the emotions any as a team be amanfo ho akere won amanfo atwere o muniema na gate o prade sika to egu ya eno an be ye obi aya bo nsi no obi si dan so na krofo cars nso afa ne nipa afa ne nipa no eno ye ya for the next 1 week 2 weeks aye aboa opete sama ye kan ne se ochina ye besi ye dan ena afi bia nso reti a na ye wie I say so man musu no. Yes, President Akutwa sword. Say enko dredge with dredge masters. Ebra opesi ye na nso ni nyiri na dredge masters omo way. Why didn't we take the steps? Say your problem dey anim afibia heti yen. Say eniema affect yen GDP growth. Ekum nipa. Eninti no. This is the plan. This is the way we are going. But the train ni Syria ansa na ya sore. Yes, you the kwakutu ho anamo. For me, yenje chiro manza o. Yenye developments are you solve problems. It's not like problem that on yen the cause of it. Yenim pa we know from head to toe. Mean we are but narrative from head to toe. The cause of the problem yet you know it. And it is a kobase afeso na nso fa ye wie ye be show yen sympathy any empathy any ne be keka ne yakeka wie ne yakwakoda abe ukoto kwase na nyame ohwe woto o e ha ne ye ho no other person Ibisa every now and then. Say, the town and country planning departments are what the various district assemblies and one ministries. Are they being paid? Because if they are being paid, now at the end of the day, abrini no. Amanfo ekọ manim since say ye development and kasa beko baby say ye de call planning beko then they are the cause of our problems. Amuna me abedru baby ya ba bedru. Because I don't see any reason why I catch over better all the crofo waterways go and break them down. And what was the town and country planning authority no more ye? Some people must be sent to court and jailed for their inactions or their actions. Said deliberately no omo be ignore omo duty na omo nye ne so omo ye e ma ye nyina ye mo ye ho ban are ofogasi ya bro e won kran kuro we mu ye ntumi ma da bia fi bia ye me kasem ba ko every day one thing we will be talking about it every now and then. Do you even have estimates of how much it will cost us in this country to solve this problem? They are planning a year pa. This particular problem, you say Accra flooding every now and then a flooding. Have you sat down to know say you be here this quantum amount of money that you be solve a problem? Yeah, I shall say I work it all. Yes, solve it. I don't think we have done that. President Rawlings, if you see problem, you do no one shall get them no what it. President Okita Shavi no shall get them what it. President Kufuor, if you see similar problem, Emma Ibinum in 2002, extra open letter called command. Do baby crop now Rawlings, Blemuno in 2019 say he is the cause of flooding air coso or cry if he any village you wins and semunchi. President Mills, the same thing. The same thing. President Mahama, similar thing. Nanka anka, as I said, the twin disaster sea was second, no crumpo yet. You who kase. You who quite a problem. Is it human attitude? Is it human attitude? I've always said, human attitude can be regulated by laws. I am forced. And I will not sit down and always blame human attitude. Because I say, let the authorities and city planners and to solve the problem before they come and talk about human attitude. Now, what's it? Yes, Sabola. Maybe any partner be as we feel. Any partner, I'm not justifying it. So we be disposing the waste into unapproved gutters or whatever. But the point in it say, when you partner a fee, the fee is 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it be there 1 month. Now, those who are supposed to come and collect those rubbish, and Maya, is what you never find. If you bet me at them. If you bet me at them. Some people are not doing their duty right. That's the cause of all. And we always find reason to blame citizens' attitude. Oh, and man for a dumping regu got him, a man for a dumping regu got him. I got a name who could choke it, so to failing, I'm an ayama, and get a name who could be the question. And then your honor is it capable, say a bit to me, a containing the quantum of overflow? If he says so tight, and then a banana diaco eponumana. Can it be able to sustain it and contain it? Anna? These are some of the issues as we address, and son, we come to human attitude. And they say, why you get an in every when your storm drains, papa. When you're in every assemblies and make sure say, ball and crofo, you know, swabble and the court. At the end of the day, who will be say, or dispose waste.
Alex,
that is where you have a cause. But where we are now, no, the city is so congested, say, a month for whom baby I want more fat. Your map permit will be sit down anyhow or pay, and we seem not to care because every obinya bibi kakre free hunti. As a witness in so be fine. I think people have a duty to perform and let us hold those people accountable for near air cosono. Senior president can say anybody on your Juma assembly no he'll be called to order no. I think say be Juma. Say to me Juma there. And yeah, maybe some people will set up. Now on my share that problem yes ya no na boa Ghana for nyina.
And I say Felix Mante of PPP. Now, Mamima Malik Emrim Malik of NDC. Malik.
Yeah, question me that. Any kind of chia on my opinion that any the good prefer. Chia one casa any is nana key any me call you me chair when you know. Me chair you tea for us. Maybe I'm to send nana key can say oh Malik about Chantra. Oh nana key. When say me Chantra. No crane sanity and America. I say as it is a fact in the main trend. Anyway, flat in Mecca.
You're not going to see a can go see Valentiasi. Within or the MPP.
Yes. And I'll cast a mean to me call MPP.
And also betting across the carpet.
And also across the carpet.
You do better say because so bad, oh, better than what could intro. And yes, sir,
okay. Thank you. Anyway, Minu and Makasa about this flat. But say, Ushan broadly, say you can classify the problems into two. That's the human aspect of it, and the engineering aspect of it. And to make a tackle one by one. I will go by the human activities first. Obia kasa, yesubain, ebine saying, ebine choke gutters, just because ensure entimin kwa a pet and one a coin. It is a gutters a choker, send it to be answered better, a be penny coin. A penny coin so a be a befabiano. A wood demo, a info, and a coiner, a pet. Entino choke gutters, a also yes. And a waterways, I a blocky. A also another factor from there. And a choke gutters, no so. Then a edit choke gutters ever. A bison a menu back we say. Ebi ho baller uja so to say yen baller anywhere town. Weekly be on befa. It took about 2-3 weeks. Omo ambefa. Enti no ema ebi mo instead of omo baller bowler ya back. Mo robbers about 3, 4, 5 robbers. Nso Toban say eyi bebre apeti form. No more sampra. Enti gata or ha bebre be ko gata no. Then e sanchu gata. What I say. Enti no one way the other so no authorities to say omo almost say your baller no. They should be also up and doing. The more up and doing na and also no ebe boa kakra be ma sa nwura na ho kaka enye de enkogo. E na wo fie bia wo environment porters and kon yen cleaning. Me kai say NDC mre na first Saturday in the month bia no na cleaning the whole Greater Accra. To be in store somewhere 10 a.m. before. I think say we can introduce something like that. Also kind Accra Central wherever please clean after 10 before we be a bit may introduce it. It helps when mitigating. Until when you look at the human error side now, it's excessive. And a human error again, how we build our houses also counts. So obviously the dynamic form. It's in your tower a room street. Obviously the fear you know external level and once onion is in your tower a sanity but I think say yeah you see in Confucius dinosaur no. They should be engaging some experts. Now almost share na omobefa height of the building and external works and so tower bonting into the gutter now. And sometimes the way we construct our you see your question. Once you constructed gutter be in so tower intimate room. Gutter was through I think car coin. But the purpose of a gutter there and convince you know and and when you look at human error we are excess. Now on my opinion say wama heads of chief executive say a structure be a work I say blocky car what me a demolition. I disagree kakra with that word just because that is not exactly the cause of flood. Absolutely no. When you look at Alajo, for instance, you're constructing Alajo, no, the purpose, and yes, omukako demolish if you omukako construct from drain. Into omukoye no, omuconstructing no, adibi ebe block biya no more yefi. They just want a route to construct from drain. No more construct. And the houses are affected. We're not many. And there are some instances where a diversion is possible now. And my allergy, since you got and constructed, you can see flooding. Just in China, you see some areas of allergy. And you know, I think say you just take the decision and I say intend say break houses are a blocky road. No. A chief executive ne been so a ginger mo been so. Or whom fear been poor. Please be better my home now because we see even
no fear see waterways, water courses.
There are some waterways where they are diverted. Easy as ABCD. Easy as ABCD. It may divert it. But because you can't say now Kobunu Street, media allergy societies are say a hard drink. At least you know they should do everything possible. Now omuma water and the inflow to avoid flood. Let's come to the engineering aspect. The engineering aspect are mechanism. Nation, it can be easily redesigned. A bit avoid the flooding completely. I use the word completely. Taifa Junction. Would you write Taifa? Don't say you be or gata be. Person so to a honey flood. Can't mean raho can't mean. But the redesigning. Be a gatan and raise car coin. Ejai and floody view. And the engineering aspect when it comes to connection. Just that a bit creating inconvenient market fuka. But they can expand all the drainage there, raise the road kakra hono. No more spending. That calculation can be made. Water per volume of water a trim or and determine the kind of drainer you be here. And it can be reconstructed a 100 a buffer. Alajo was the worst in if you met Marcus Ghana. It was worst ever. But Omuya and Ejai, Achimota overhead before we do Chaco station. It was excessive. Reconstruction, Omuya Kakwano, expanded drainage, ever form. So man raise road in that much, but expansion of the drainage alone mitigating problem. So the engineering aspect too is there. And also no, when you assemble experts. That's an experts no echo round. They identify all the flat areas. That's almost nasi. Now almost design. They will design. It will just cost the nation. Now almost implement it. Now execution abim. Now more constructive we are. Ubon say flat will now be what? Minimized. And when you get to district assemblies, the engineers rather, not the planners. The engineers rather no. It was say almost no taxi because like you said, you know, there are some clear places we are ultimo water law. That one is engineering the human character. Because on my feeling up close that big gata no. I'm not very small. And so whether you like or not. That's all the gata no. And to mean containing the volume on so never then a bit trim. It's a bit pentecoin. I say engineers in that district will assemble no. They will disallow that feeling now would be close gata na a bear kit one. They will disallow it. Now either say mama we see who dino on the plot no. It sa na at least in so to intimate trim no be any there any safe. Engineers also have a responsibility. Say on say Danya yes no they build them ye see and a tools no yes and rakwanya and so to a creative problem. And I think say both human and engineering aspect a major cause of this. Whilst we are all talking human, no, I think the government also look at the engineering side. Because engineering side, we can't do anything. It is the government. And the government might want engineering side. The engineering side now, believe me to say, it will mitigate drastically. We share around tiptoe like we say a flood. But that is human error. We say gata kesibida. And now on the table akata gata nina. Now you see stretches are close to the gata. Even on top of the gata, omode a wood akata so nina. And you know, you and I wouldn't know. And you know, at least, Nkrofua in charge of omu check is area. No, say omu he. Ye be Ghana is different. And just about it. A woman in your young clear. And now containers or structures are very close to the gutter. And Konichi, some few feet or meters from the gutter. At least even if you have 5 meters from the gutter, right? It's not that bad. Which is about 16 feet, it's not that bad. If you normal class are gata no, you tie a bit trim. But me no kasan day. Go and look at that gata. It's choke. Any choke no, you tie. Got an intimate container because gata is choke. It's a big buafa.
Okay, Malik.
A buafa so here a rank of shops, a rank of die. Next katade. And that's another side of the human error maker. So we look at it, this human, and then the engineering. But the engineering, since government ankasa. Why you not doing say or person solve a problem no? And the on-share engineer aspect no? It will reduce it by more than 70%. The flood.
Miss Meda say na main kind comments ni be na adi ayra.
One missing some pages.
Na my dear be a sports for the bread na me who baby was so my fan to just said Ghana your coach no Toado as you are in the squad for AFCON qualifiers no pre-World Cup friendlies about to just said Ghana your matches bia ye ni MC Cote d'Ivoire African Cup of Nations Cote d'Ivoire 2023 qualifiers against Madagascar ni Central Africa African Republic ye ni omo ba be bomb match now ye sound so a 4-nation tournament B I don't know features Japan, Chile, Tunisia and Ghana and also no akwa say they boaboa home for World Cup no na anti coach no at the team no about to just sports for no stress me mama sun tibio goalkeepers ni see Joseph Walcott Sweden Town Abdul Manaf Nuruddin Kas Ukraine na say Lawrence Ati Digi Ono Galen Richard Ofori and Orlando no, Richard Ofori, Orlando Pirates, and Dennis defenders near Dennis Odoi, FC Bruges, Ali Duseidou, Clement Foot, and Gideon Mensah, Ewo Bordeaux, Abdurrahman Baba, Redding, Abdul Mumen, Victoria. Daniel Amati was a Leicester City, Joseph Aidu, Celta Vigo, Jonathan Mensah, Columbus Crew, Papa Aboagye. That is I'm Aboagye. Midfielders no ye Idrisu Baba, Mayoka, Edmond Ado, Sheriff, La Sheriff and the FC Sheriff, Elisha Owusu, Gent, Mohamed Kudus, Ayas, Daniel Kofitre, St. Pauli, Mubarak Wakasu, Shenzhen FC, Papa Onswaya de Abache, Mbonchesa, and at wingers no Joseph Paintel, and also Yank, Andre Ayew, Alsado SC, Augustine Okra, Became United, Osman Bukari, FC Nantes, Abdul Fatau Isaaku, Sporting Lisbon, Kamal Dean Sulemana, Stade Rien, Yao Yeboah, Columbus Crew, Christopher Enchi Ejay, Bokum, and our strikers no Jordan Ayew, Crystal Palace, Daniel Efriye, Heart of Oak, Felix Afna Jan, Roma, Mnanano Magic Happy, Kwesi Oche, right, Holstein Kiel, okay, Antoine Semenyo, Bristol City, Benjamin Tete, Malat Spor, and Brendan Menu, and also Damastat. Sa Mranti, you know, Bejimu Amagana sports for Chese, Mama Sunti, teach you one when you just sports of seeing and about Contimunshine soon. I will qualifiers, no teams, no seeing about coach, no after some Ranti winner. In can comments Kakrana, yet twice on a pay where studio no answer. Amisco Spelelo Caswell say good luck to all the NPP regional aspirants contesting for various positions in the regions. May the best candidate win to help Dr. Bamia to break the 8 for Ghana. And to this one that says, Mr. Mafo, the essence of closing our doors with even burglary is to avoid criminals and thieves from entering and stealing our properties. Common sense tells us to cover the gutters or drainage system to for people not to throw rubbish into them. That's a lie, Baba. But if you imagine another by Royal Gabi Efiekuma. So what are we doing with a sanitation tax we introduced in 2021? Gutters are choked and we're drowning in floods due to some unplanned buildings and the irresponsibility of Ghanaians. Royal Gabi, NRD by Amweni Fita, Ewo Asamanka says, throwing rubbish into our river bodies. The result is flooding. So Ghanaians, we should stop blaming the government and blame ourselves. In Canberra, community main fancy. You see, when President said government does his part, government does his part is a lie. There are some garbage on the roadside that has been on the roadside for months. The sanitation people have refused to pick them up. That's Bright from Belgium, and Dubai. And to this one that says, the president has spoken, and I wish this time the media will allow the authorities to work in the best interest of the nation. I hope this time the media is not going to criticize why people are being sacked from unauthorized places, because the same people talking now will be the same people to condemn any action taken by the government. So is the media key? You're saying the media is the one that is causing all these things in Amsterdam and now Dubai. Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi Suno Asuga Kasma Bay and Nina non do abo. So Yamra, I'm sure my me painful have new machine. I would love to talk about the Achimota Forest near Koso capturing of state lands and in the Kaka. Felix Manisa say few so state lands they say I buy on minus I say Nadia amount for being a kwakudium kotokum. Titu Sir John PAP near be so. But before that, an executive instrument, Achimota Forest, a better day. And come on, take a few honors.
Yeah, of course, Ubi Sam my background name. Yeah, me manager. Adia. Yes. Reverse it. Ghana in green belt reserve. And my kind of daily graphics they are appointed. I meet whatever per person. The international community are appointing on the chair for climate change. You know, having been appointed that high office, I also say climate change impact. It to me as a fan. Now green belt, the one of the sinks, carbon sinks, and say greenhouse gases really the climate change pattern. Green belt, forest cover, dams, and any other reservoir, to me as several as things, carbon sinks, about climate change. I am a Ghana for to me. The high impact of it, the effect there. Then nobody should ever talk of or say the green area within the Greater Accra region is the Achimota Forest to be declassified. We have a big problem and a big issue with it. Now, for me, the understanding of the benefits, the importance of forests for human or to support life on earth, on TRC. Achimota Forest or Honor. Yeah, they been watching so. I said, I didn't say a forest view. And I say, they don't understand the different kinds and types of forests that we have across the world. And then they to me, so they will argue, say, oh, the people have encroached, but only baby. Ghana has said, I did about Mehu. Yes, say, idea. Bagwasi. Ye say, oh, I didn't baby, I say, na kwakudrun, ye. Yen say, any bio. The mum ya can ye bebo home by. The mum no. Conclusion I had drawn is, oh, see, yes, say no. Yes, say, the any yen saying in our precoin. That's a move. So far, Greater Accra, honey, Accra especially. You don't have any soft cover apart from the Achimota Forest. You don't have any soft cover here. Baby, I done concrete. And a month we see if you know because something urban forestry. And also some why Forestry Commission is not taking steps to ensure say development degraded the various areas within Greater Accra has saying be take it urban forestry as a serious investment as some year. The green belt within our settlement areas. This Okonya area bit is Achimota Forest. They to me serves a lot of biodiversity purposes, benefits for the state. Now, a chicken so say, betray pay any paper fita, near science or cassa, if you know queen. Forest and a farm baby, and your forest. For me, me don't want me to say. Nobody should tell me there is something called peripheral portions. That peripheral portions, and the forest nankasa a buffer. 10 years by people will no more encroach and go into the main forest area. And it is a issue releasing the so-called peripheral portions, at the map. Where is the buffer for the forest, main forest? And that's a reserve. Then another peripheral portion will be created again. The same create another peripheral portion. Or China, you say, oh, it's a peripheral portion. You want to release them for serving the purpose. So a camia say, Yakasi yes said in India. We are on the split of say, best say no. Not thinking about the consequences, sir. The next few days, they be brave. Jimmy Fee, in can concrete or hoye. I dear media or hoye carpet grass. Now you may add them in so toy and so and it is helping me among few problems. Albums at Techenia, dear about me if you be my. So I don't know the reason behind. And as the interest are those who knows best. Especially when our initiative say family be say or old family. About be making request say oh the forest is not being used for its purpose. Na banji adia ni ode be the old for whom you. How the own for whom you. And intino the intended purpose as a science in a portion should come to you. Then I don't get abrekwa yet to your compensation already. And I think say I could say my car. Me self achimota forest ebetumi seven the original purpose any goal ntia ye de GC honomo no. Then withdraw EI 14. No matter what. Because ASI I know and opportunity say to be occupy a honor makwaji baby continue develop it. You think whatever investigation and then find those who own the place and mistake grabbing of assets or whatever. But say I know effects say when you use the place nobody can use the place. Nobody can use the place. And nobody should sit outside anywhere and describe any part of that place, say, a peripheral portion of a forest. You don't have anything called peripheral portions of a forest. Well, as the foresters there. And sometimes, if someone who say, the experts, any professional foresters, or forestry commission, the kind of advice. Because you may have somebody or no on your professional forester and the idea about the benefits of a forest for human existence, it's not there. And you continue to say, when the last tree died, the last man would die. Now, who names a wood in Kakran? They say, initially, on my way near, we were having over 90 million hectares of forest cover. I have 1.4 million hectares per. 1.4 million hectares per. Now for Accra, Greater Accra, Hanyina, all the reserves are Yawunja, Wahasenu, yes, no. I say near what is a wage by way Honomono, a Ramsar site, a Pambros, than so man I say Honomono. I say no. It's no more a Ramsar site. That I any the bay. Takuman or the answer so, Yaseno. Or any a wire. And no be about the will and a Biabe Pier will be the will, Muno. Only God knows who else is owning a land there. Yaseno. Of course, I hills. There be a monkeys in the one. Or her encroachment, I hold our air cost. And also, yes, I know. Yes, I know. And then, a dear failure, Achimota Forest, the Fede, young Gunu cry. Young Kunu, no, you know. Let people be a leader. On for the wechi. Get the Ubenya recalcitrant. Umbe force. So we baby ready. Yen say prayer. Listen, because there be a 70. Obogazi, you see your body. Here the shemra. Afra, go on to you. And now you see your body near the two mregunswa. Afra, go on to you. I don't want a situation whereby Ochina to say somewhere. Say another a pencil. Nachimota Forest. Who know? Say President should
okay
to preserve Achimota Forest. Kept it in its natural form. Because just as a research center, I hear research was pain. When I was in the university in my natural resource the research was and the kind of biodiversity are ewo honom. The wouldn't nim and I wouldn't nim some faswa a debra of miner and now because oh let us go and then throw all these things away and put on concrete. Maybe a no moon I pay. I have a boy. You don't mind.
That's it. Malik Bremwena Mintio on this Achimota Forest needs and some be come ya be AP Abbey Rim Cry State Lands a capturing of it in your account.
Yeah, Master Chrissy, Midasi baby. I'm saying Minya Casa baby. In fact, or the you say on the nail right on the head. Yes. Achimota land saga no. I'm saying I started somewhere too. In the last week, maybe I can't and then Ben, he. That was somewhere December 2008, November, December 2000. Nanka, then President Kufuor or the part of it at the shopping mall. And now hule balu. And me say, and no, and a train, family I drink. I'm going to say, we say, we using it for different purposes. Then they are the MIA. Hule balu almost. But moving forward and last week me can be say the purpose ne change ye forest ne a few more. That's the EI instrument no 144 no a few while. Then we will have the forest. But the fact that the forest no has been taken out, not just a more room for any other structure. And I went further to say, who supervise see the kind of structure to be there, it's not necessary just because. If you obviously down there, the engineers in charge will make sure you put up a house that will correspond to the area. So that one. Hule balu. And a yabeti, sir, a wheeler, St. John's the buy. Over 5 acres of land in Achimota Forest owned by him, which is strangely. One biome any will be or yen. And yes, I really buy out Uncle Bianya there. By then, Pono, the purpose has not been changed. It was still forestry. So how come? And now on the on it's questionable. But moving forward now, I think say now the sector minister said on investing. Fine. This one doesn't need much investing. Not much in an office. I check both the 3 places of survey, land, commission, and etc. I find out. I find out. I met my reverse. It's a state land. Now, and now, Adenta, friends, aviation as a initially, you park excavators. You park excavators, seize excavators from. It be year. At the end of the day, my reasoning was 2017. The part I'm a develop, and a part and so people own. Meanwhile, that place, place was reserved for aviation. Even if then rezoning now, the government could have put up something for the nation. But developers, actually, the department developers and the individuals have a part. Let's look at Temasaku. We are privy to Sa Road now. We say 90s, so let me yirama a fruka coin. And I can see the construction plan. Then we create another hole inlet to the air to internet. Me mbabu. But me yema lovely. Once a number tree in Kofu. A fishy was so that's not even 90s, early 2000s. I say, I know. Who do you know how? Almost encroaches are being. Let me be say, authority for no way. Assemble in charge of that place. No way. Ama even sa stream no. When you can say, highway. Ama Ngura Aji from Akata highway. This is another cause of flooding. Because Entimimba, Intibit Chuki at the other side. As Katanyama at the other side of it. Because Intimin Chumumba. And how you know Omaji. Pambros I can say. On you know, we are rezoning it. My first say rezoning. I mean, the rezoning for the purpose the state my first say a very good idea. But rezoning make for a private developer, individuals. Now we are losing a lot. Oh, this reminds me the same 208 me can airport land, foreign affairs. Not a more foreign students hostel be. And there were traffic light at our airport. Say you see rezone. Then Hackman also was the Western House. We spend money for the rezoning. Yeah, for architects, Emma almost survey what they will put up. At the end of the day, they release it. The then Chief Justice even had some. Thanks be to God that most ebuy. And most Virginia, I say, why are you scabby for me? And then we have foreign affairs ministries at ACSA plot. By then, not foreign affairs ministry. A war a demonstration. Now, she at Omuni office. And so now, I see what there is only ya chama ya. Meanwhile, you hear baby AC office for that purpose. And so thank this to Mers and Kamans and Bar. They find him. Entine rezoning na ya fa. Rezoning na at least ya man developers. I think it's one. Abayin was a city. Either onim. Onimo. Onima. Rebecca said, and the other door. The onimusua is not fair. And it's not nice. Also. But going back to Achimota, he has to reverse the Article 1, the 144 that they passed, the EI 144, collective instrument. Have to reverse it. Just because we should still maintain it as the forest. But we can still maintain it as the forest. Inside, baby, which I will be for it.
Okay.
Somewhere inside, not to destroy the whole thing. Holidays, weekends, children can go there, they have fun, look at the place, come back. I will go for it. Portion of it, you drive in, maybe middle or drive in, and that will be there. Whilst you still maintain the larger area. And then that day I said, when I made my check, Owu family didn't request. As a result of this executive instrument. Owu family didn't request. They requested for when it was 2008. But currently, 2022, the Owu family are requested for any of the land. Request. And I think, because Owu family didn't request, that's a Utinechina who really deeper. Like I said, creating avenue maybe get the effort. Creating avenue capture. Because who created avenue and saying, where you the purpose, where you forest, so it's no more classical. Have us take those spots. I think everybody's condemned. Listen, go. To the reverse. Thank you.
Miss Midasi, Malika Adama of NDC, my member Nana Kesu, and Pipi Naminti, Nana Kesu, Achimata Forest in Komay, Nana Mintiwe.
I go see. That's it. Water Forest, and then in a question, I had the opportunity to do some work at Achimota Forest.
Okay. Go Bompayo.
Patrona and Empire, but not many more Bompire on the Ingit.
Okay.
Abrana Ura Kodu free year, said John ASCU. Or ye be a near friend or youth in afforestation.
Okay.
Any green in Ghana.
Okay.
Fire Ubia, and then near Uni Hona, me meet Tenefidi, so Aboni Dimbo, and Azamekasa. Meaning, say, or your man saying in our offer. As a general politician, be a Ghana politician, even 10% of the Senka. Politicians in Ketwa, Eba, Umusum Baby, also you'll be a Ogrumunipa and Opejanipa Denis. Of a friend, me say, or ye youth in afforestation. Remember, I go see me koi. No faculty, I see the dinkomo. Into here, Chimota Forest now. Of a ye zoning into, many zones. Ye demarcation. I said, yes, speeches for Chimota Forest. The million be alcohol after MPP take you over now. Even on my cohort bomb pie, no. If you bet me afraid you dance here, the American. Omo who in time I ye and Riano. And the Nady, and the Nina Drums, who drew Honma, a quino of brothers, well, so a Water Forest in the Muda. Who rap maybe a cobom pie and a quine to Echo Park. Now, at Timia Fema BP, what do you call Gempa Echiho? Ofa Wasan BP, Fiesta Royal, but Yato, who's the first in the Obeka say be in Ranake, but a womb, or magic home. Yeah, the Nadia be a jam, I just say, Ura forest in man the womb. Eti, a brow fire say, Yensen near Niana because in Niana woman bino, I had that near the Adeno. I was see, Yanyada G. Quite to Munina, Edria, in Ria, and I mean, near Bresse or say, urban, what? Forestry. Urban forestry is the idea, Ura said, don't take it very serious. Oshe, even Accra has schools be or Honoma, you do any hour. Me ankasa me koko supervise everything to any those areas. Ayi dua in your baby. Na all the noto nchenya ablekuma. Brago si ayi government land here war Greenbelt war Wager Dam ne hono. Unso fabric ma jo ma to ayi to me famu hono no. Eko baby amampani ko bie pure ever pure factory. Ano wo ensuo na no hono no. Eho nyina owura se John Hema ye dua nnua foforo enei se brakwasi wo mra ebetimi afa cameras ne yakoro no akohwe adwuma papa ne yeye enei ensase sema bepiem ni dia bepiem e wole mu asibia bepiem amene ofa se John be topic of the day but of brakwasi betimi asena wa fidie so akasisu dia say me I'm happy that amanfo call for independent investigation any commission some Edrisha Sim we see mu. Made me very happy, and I will also be happy that Abino ever granted request na any part of the one Ede Basse Yenya Independent Commission on Hasim Wimu. From of our Joseph said, no, I know no. Bijidi say and Sasia appear when you will my account was in the Achimota Forest no forest in Mudi in Ibia. What's Achimota Forest offer? A brag is all share. Even Westland, do one Achimota considers Achimota Forest. Baby to say Christian Village. Baby, I think La Paz Community Clinic will baby. Those areas in Neka Forest and home. Even Oba Fiesta Royal Muhon Munina Neka Achimota Forest and home. So those areas in are considered as Achimota Forest. It's immediate meaning pefe say. Let me put it this way. Me say a forest here and Niawasui Ebi. End of us, John, I really the man and then of us. Nebum, and nay, in your malekity, so Kutanis can also pass Asiato. And what that enclave now. That was see Okoha Benyas Asiato near, even cantonment, and Zazo high eton. Depending on the capacity, Kutao. And I would the end to send me and I were near the near Chrekaswa, Obum Road, Honum dear, if you have one day now. But more, Malik Momuskandi, or Momo took Roman's answer. My brother was all said the city. So dear, make about a Achimota Forest, and I want to say that in fact, Obi Woho, indeed, Wakofa state land, and answer Wakoshi ni Pebiachi, ama Omoji or manager Padia. That was see, Yama Maranoni Nindi. Manchester special prosecutor say Obabe investigation into Sir John Will, any Achimota Forest Bruha. I'll be very happy. But Messer special prosecutor so on my investigation now obey no and you free and fair investigation. And they say Bia Sabi Malik Edian BPM. Now Bawasi there will come a sister investigation. Crofua and Crofua even among your politicians are one would be PS answers some now. Of course watch about it. More journalists grab Mumu Crofo be home. I saw 4 won't be. Messi a be basic cream. Oh boy. Messi Black was a more journalist, Mungrofo become a software. Then Crofokra once as a do directors not to say a buying institution, directors. And so, yeah, the baby politician because assembly in your bar, many Malik Barbetra, Mepram NDC or Mepram MPP, Nam Crofokino Musemo Wendrano, Yajamu no baby. Ain't investigation, Coso. Me many budget.
Oh, since I only said John Yejumano, Udia, O supervise.
And we are doing for Achimota Forest in Muangasa.
And he also will be all.
Many as I saw. Me could do a mango chances. Now, Maliki Casano can't be about Tankayensi hotels, Bine. No, you made mention of drive-through and other things.
Name can say inside. You make me say tourist.
Recreational center. Already Eco Park. The meaning of Eco Park now. That is the meaning. A tourist, but the whole community here. Omono forest no echa womu hueshia. So, former President Mahama 2013, 118 release here, and it's 226 now, Nanko, they Echo Park now. And on the end is Wunianomadani ni. Say, oh, the 226 ni kwa 118 na wa. 300 and something na yaka was no. And yes, I buy where release 226 no. Say, wache amobi. And the purpose here for Echo Park. Yeah, the BCC, the BBT say, tourist rooms near the idea. No. Who better say 118 now? Omo release me abusuano. Every 336 in him. Eka 226 or something. And I said 220. Echo Park. The whole park. No, I am telling you from what I know. Sounds so be before from about media. Echo Park. No, because maybe I know where that name has been given. Echo Park. Ubedro yaje and also who forest in him. Echo Park. Ni dino no. Because here we are betting me akwachimota ayi Forest Commission. There's one I think range supervisor my friend Fifi Smith. Yani Fifi Smith na yes plantation ni nyina. Ankefi no bi ade friend. Me born about so adwuma den a papa no ono ade ne car.
Enti mu koy sa plantation ni na mu duandua na ya mama asase ni bi.
Ofa ye ko bra kwase ye ko duandua ya nko chensase. Eno ne ade am pese Ghana 40 ase no moti ase yi. Se ma di kan guys me support independent investigation no.
Enti ato sense ye duandua no mo san chansase no.
Enya sansase ne ho asem na ye kan. Me see forest no bra kwase medical trophy dey so can say me eyo fasa John ko asem dey metimi atena su dua say investigation ko so ebe wi abonten no obo nsa nye forest no e na say John to obie na emom eyen sase na yato ni nyina dis achimota forest Christian village no ne Westland faka ho ni bia amanfo tete ho dada e no so to obie de to so mienu bra kwase ofa ni edi nkomobi ta wo fa achimota for a Forestry Commission omo office na nkasa main officer ufa nchen a wokọ Wesley gon no bra kwasi Kelvin ekwan ne kwa na Kelvin right na san Kelvin left Kelvin left na who descend no obi abesi building kakraka bi on sa left em so ton furniture or lighting system bi ho baby Amina or something Jamila build they are trying to think Jamila something wahu yes is had and they need 3 years so yeah where no what I'm saying is that you see sad and you see hono they need 3 years so ask yourself say that time no nipa kro ye denya etos asas
no how your Westland
no na make it
no hold on on catch water forest
oh Malik hold on enti I feel better myself
no on catch water forest
and is considered as a water forest
that particular place in Kanho
if you don't know don't argue
Kisema en Kanho
me say
Christian village en Kanho
and as some of the one thing me say initial plan at water forest no all those areas in Kanho then in Kanho Kisema Christian village a woka no bra kwasi say what Christian hold on what Christian village na over water forest no forest they be all right and they be right.
Right.
Then you don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you're right.
Area
what do you about golf? No, golf.
Yes,
you be all right.
Left and right.
Forest left.
Now we get to this school and come because my release.
And I'm saying no. So what I'm saying, hold on, let me learn. You had the opportunity. Eti say, right? One of them about golf for was part of the forest. Christian village when you can't be. Go and check the demarcation. You understand me? Eti, maybe ba you release it. You really me. I don't support the fact say. Abayno aje sa asesen ko dey be this particular thing be we turn into something else. I don't support it. You feel say Rakwesi say baby abedru no abayni feel asase ni oye biema. Then abusuafo asase yom dey informal dey mo back but ma obi nyusu say be position bi ekuta ne ana etene ba bekuta no no for influence because ye koba say ye correct asase nim na ya bind the any bia no ras kwajo so for years John e dey see wo da no enu bi no fire then a pure corruption conflict of interest enye honko ba bi bebre nkrofo bebre ayusu o office e dey am public office e dey nya personal gains bebre so as I was saying special prosecutor on finani no anya proper due diligent investigation into this matter me bragwase me no mi no nyina dey ani be di akiri near who results are a bit free member because I think say any proper say your dear Benjamin dear Besha won't sa That bra kwasi because say onu akwa head side dwumadie ni nti. Na wa use sa office na ye de ama no. Na wo de ball mine kro no. It's improper. Enkrofo ho mo akoma pa adwuma na de hye omo san kombe ye no ma ye ni ye. I don't think say Mampani Akufo-Addo is interested in buying Achimota land. I didn't. And see, follow the history. I mean, because also on the crumble say, oh, family be an petition be at the buy. The whole family be an petition be an madia. Then I'll be surprised and they yet my yekas ask him because on what admitting some Mampani Akufo time and a family in sorry. And now, Yen Nabra was in the ones who knew that 2013, and Omukwaje court ruling. Say for Mama Nanya Sanet yet. Say for Massasimum, which is 118 acres, no. And to me, baby, at this argument,
minimum about court ruling. I know about executive approval. Executive approval, sorry.
Yeah, I know.
CEO of Forestry Commission then, any Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, almost even committee, the commission, sumo almost a home investigation, almost the report better about things there. And no correct, almost consensus on my raising a legitimate. It's no Montanase, here for portion now, deserve anymore. There have been so many issues there. A binding compensate almost, I didn't yes, I'm mom land. And as a compensation, also care the mom, I didn't hear mom compensation, your mom land. Me, Rakwasi, me metna ha more on Mampani Dada Mama Sobo. Said you were anywhere, and ye. Ebia, as at that time, no sir, buying betangu crucicasa, said the compensate family, na binding this escano. As I said, be or bet me a mamma, I don't have any problem with that. But there's another school of thought say, yet your compensation, my family, no, and no masaba, eba be pray for land, no. Compensation, I know, because he said, who steady, almost and some more can almost say, poor land in a day, I buy compensate you, but forest in a day, young compensate you. And I think, say, yeah, quite a we will deal with this issue near with the root, the root cause of all this issue about BP. But I believe, sir, Rakwasi, the winning opportunity now will serve under any government. Rakwasi, be vigilant. No more mining hodo and say wakuma muma. Because I know Oracle so free when you be what can create. And the world Munsama better bontia. I didn't give you a secret, no. Apia bontia and the identity reduce. Yeah, train up our sweet.
Medasi, my main kind, Felix, main kind comments now, so that Nanko, Yama Musunko now. Master Red says when Ghanaians were saying John Mahama and his NDC came to power just to create loot and share, their supporters were making noise. But today, the documents have proved that John Mahama and his ministers had shared Achimota Forest reserves and built on it long ago. Master Red. Aswa and fee and Odibaye. Mystic Wonder inside in Suama Dreji says this Nanato Baumia-led government is the most treacherous, indolent, confused, nepotistic. Yeah, I'm saying it about. Enoch Kasaman Kasi, Ghana is in total mess due to the super incompetent Nanato-led government today. But they keep on lying to the Ghanaian, the people of Ghana. Things are better, but the reality is exposing them. Enoch, as a man can say, and not the free, not the buy. So, must the president talk about this before the MMDC's work? This shows the kind of leadership we have in this country. Aren't we tired? Talking about flood-related issues year in, year out. Nana Seth Bubuashi, and not the free. In Shaba Anelka, a Shaman constituency says Ghana is going to face a heartbroken. The Ghanaians mistakenly bring back the incompetent John Mahama and the NDC party to power again because they are going to destroy the economy and collapse the country. That's Ishaba Anelka. And Kuma Foster, Chima Yorubi, attitude and mentality, and even some of the district assemblies is what results in floods when it rains. But is it them who pour the rain or something like that? They bring the rains, right? Bylaws. The Ghana Traditional Council have placed a ban on drumming and noise making, and they are enforcing same to the letter. But the state, well, all the apparatus cannot enforce a bylaw. Please, why? You from Ridge, and Odiwe Edibaye. His Excellency, the President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, has done a lot of good work and more than expected. Mr. Loteji can tell me that Kandapa, who can't tell him what to do. Erikus fiapre ahimfienimu. Teacher Kujo Tepa Nyinesusu, it is grossly unfair to assess the government's performance based on happenings in the last 3 years. The pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war are external factors. To be honest, the pandemic was managed very well by the president. That's Teacher Kujo Tepa Nyinesusu. Metama so Felix now person kabibi. So then.
Yaji assassin. What assassin size 1930 honum. For 494 hectares. For a date, obey a chief executive officer. A person. Mayeti as you say. The way we assassin in Crucia, my forest. It's a say, and they are ye case. I can say in tia. They say more than 45% of the they declare time. Only American. And we need to do something profitable for one. Can't even translate and say, oh, and I'm going you were there, you were watching. You want to watch it? I buy the 18, oh, be a better friend. Hey, sir. Then you have been very, very irresponsible. Very, very, very irresponsible. You get it? And what someone say? The Bayana Sabruha, say with the Ministry of Lands and Forests, or by investigating whoever owns whatever land. As a special prosecutor by investigating one grab state lands and state properties and state assets, whichever way it is. I could ask my coming here. I buy and reverse the EI. Simple.
Kwesi.
Yeah, my point. Enti ya jama mama engrochi but obi engrochi bi wayi ahafo ano ye bu ni da yegu simply because ebi omo engrochi wa han nya ngrofu ebetumi ebu omo da. That is the problem.
So let us
act. Oko wa baba ko to NDC 40 ho. MPP 40 ho. CPP 40 ho. Journalist ho. How quite call judges a bit hobby.
Enti wan ebebu.
Enti wan ebebu anu ni asam no.
Enti no ebebu no so the EI e kwakobo omo mobile.
Problem.
Enti EI na was say ye fi ho.
EI ni fi ho.
Yes. EI ni fi ho.
Na o ka say EI ni.
Na status as forest na ho.
Mra. And the 1992 Constitution Article 79 holders no.
There be what we did inform the EI establishment of the EI
holders na time and colonial masters no. Entry omo as expatriate. And unti no mo pay different. But ye freedom ni we no. Sa salary structure na de ma colonial masters no. Ye maintain ye.
That's black man. That's in before. Oh, my main kind, my last batch of messages. No, na me sorry so anope. Oti Nana Kwejo Eje Yeboah, a member of the NPP communication team. Felix Mante, director of communications for PPP Amanyoko, and Malik Adama. He also belongs to the communication team of the NDC. Penifue yeni discussion. So last batch of comments on our WhatsApp line. Sami Buachi Asaman said now it's clear that. All indications tell you Nana-Addo-led MPP government are very determined to meet all the demands of Ghanaians and focus. And we'll focus. Sammy? That's why. Fighter Tofik Kaswa 94 says, what does the law say when government acquire land from a family or individual and the land did not use the land for the purpose for which it acquired it? That is Tofik no dear no buy until me pamoichi. We are okay, so it used to be no, I'll get it correctly, then I'll get it to you later on. I want to be sure what the law says and what the Supreme Court also said. We're appealing to our wonderful delegates to vote for the following persons to make Breaking the Eighth Mantra a reality coming 2024. Your list. says Professor Isibu to become the Central Regional Chairman, Mr. Ntribo Esiako, chairman to me for the Ashanti region, Charles Kojo Odum for Assistant Secretary to, obviously, Leviticus Powers, these are your people, your men. You campaigning for them, right? They are sure. Why? Now, Amponsa Prof, say, in this Achimota Forest saga, Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable ABOAGYE Napo, shouldn't hide anything and bring all hidden things out. Amponsa Prof, and no dear no, by yeah. You see, a man for Mr. Uncle. Upon why? I bet. So we've done 4 out of the 5 days, right? God willing, tomorrow is Friday. Not just no near the papa.